We're here for the breath support bootcamp. I'm going to ask you all to keep yourself muted. If there are questions, we will have a full hour at the end of the bootcamp for all of your questions. So not to worry. At that point, you can unmute and we will ask questions. But I'm so excited to see everybody here. Welcome, welcome. There are so many of you who were here for the breath support reset a couple weeks ago. Happy to see you again. Some others who weren't, welcome. I would love it if each and every one of you would say hi in the chat and share with me and our awesome group here where you're joining us from. Tell me where you guys are from. I split time between California and Colorado, so I am in Colorado right now, and the leaves are changing, and it's really amazing. Awesome. We've got Arizona, Liberia. Oh my gosh. Los Angeles, Turkey. You guys, we got quite an international group, which is amazing. We got some Texas, some California. We got a Cleveland, Hawaii. Nice. Wisconsin. I see Jennifer's here from Seattle. I know Jennifer. Oregon. All right, you guys. See, it's like, when we get the tribe together, as much as we want to complain about technology, right? Like, here we are. It's amazing. So I'm celebrating each and every one of you for your commitment and accountability to being here. I know there are a lot of other things that you could have done with your Saturday, and you are choosing to show up to the change that you want to see in your voice. And that is not a small thing. So today, we are diving into the step-by-step process of setting up bulletproof breath support. And we have a lot to get to. But first, some housekeeping. So we will have 2 breaks. We'll break after the first 90 minutes or so for about 5-10 minutes. A little bio break, go to the bathroom, get a drink, whatever. And we'll do the same around 3:30 or so, 3:30 or so. Well, that's Mountain time. So after 3.5 hours in, whatever time zone you're in. Also, today's link for the replay of everything that we did will be sent in an email. Ash, I forget if it's sending tomorrow, not tonight. So tomorrow morning, you will get the email that has the replay link. So you can copy that link, save that link, and you can refer back to everything we did today as much as you want, as well as the practice MP3s that I'm giving you for all the exercises that we'll be doing today are in your masterclass workbook. Did everybody download the masterclass workbook? If you did not, Ashley will put it in the chat in a minute for you guys. That is where you can take notes, you can follow along. It is also where our practice MP3s are for you. Let's see. Like I said, we're going to train first, and then we're going to answer questions. So I'm going to go through the entire step-by-step, the whole A to Z, the whole method, and then we have a full hour to answer all your questions later this afternoon. So jot down your questions if you have them, but I promise you they will probably be answered as we go along. And if not, we have the Q&A. All right. Our VIPs, welcome to our amazing VIPs who are going to be our guinea pigs for today, coaching with me, really showing you how to embody this stuff in your own singing. Welcome to Bryn and William, Natalia, Lisa, Maria, Jocelyn, and Jacqueline. You guys give them a round of applause for being your guinea pigs. It is not always easy to be in the process of your own development in front of your peers. So to that end, I want to say thank you for that. And I also want to remind everybody that this is the safe space. Okay. So as we go through each element of the breath support method today, and I'm going to coach each element, and then I'm going to have a VIP or several VIPs be able to get up as we go through and coach on it so you can see how everything is implemented. So for you guys who are VIPs, I will say, all right, we're going to coach on this now, VIPs, and I might just call on you. Hey, Lisa, let's get up and coach on this. Or if you really want to coach on what we're doing, you can always use the raise hand chat if you want to make sure that we do that together. Other times you may just feel like you understand it and you just want to watch as I'm coaching the others. Either way, it's fine. But a reminder that this is the safe space. For those who are singing and coaching live here with me, I encourage vulnerability and bravery. I have a zero tolerance policy for any criticism, judgment, throwing shade, meanness in the chat. Okay, so please do your best to uphold that value for us in this community. VIPs, also please make sure that your original sound is switched to on. So we gave you the instructions for how to do that in the emails that came over the last few days. And so you should have enabled original sound, and all you need to do is look at the top of your Zoom screen if you're on a desktop near where it says recording, or if you're on a laptop, and you'll see it says original sound for musicians, and it will be switched to off right now. You just need to click it to on. And if you're on an iPhone, it's down in the 3 dots where you can click it to on. You don't need to necessarily do that right now, but when you get up to coach, you'll definitely want to do that. Okay. With all that, who's ready for some innovations to create mastery around your breath support? Give me a whoop in the chat, you guys, because we are in it for the next 5 hours together, and I'm going to make sure that you understand everything. So who's ready for mastery? Tell me in the chat. I want to know that we got some live wires out there, and I'm not just speaking into the ether and you guys are sleeping on your devices, okay? Yes, all right. Leanne, David, Darlene, Dr. Mark, yes, Gia. Oh my God, it's going too fast. Jennifer, all right, all right. So glad to see that you guys are ready. All right. So here's where I want to start. I want to start at the very beginning, right? It's a very good place to start, right? Those of you who are Sound of Music fans will get my reference. We're going to talk about, first and foremost, why is breath support so important? And I know there's a lot of you here who have a lot of training, and you're like, yes, Arden, we know breath support's important, but I want you to hear me, okay? Because part of those who get the best results during this process, they're willing to empty their cup and be willing to be coachable and understand that you don't know what you don't know, okay? So why is breath support so important? Because 90% of the issues that are preventing you from accessing 100% of your potential in your voice are actually breath support issues. We talked about this a little bit in the reset for those of you who were there. 90% of the issues that make you feel insecure about your singing are actually breath support issues. When you have issues with stamina, high notes, tension, strain, agility, maybe mixing, transitioning registers, intonation issues, pitchiness, like if you're flat or you're sharp, so much of the time, guys, this is actually a breath support issue. And when we fix the breath support, the pitch issues go away. Inconsistency. Tell me in the chat, how many of you, if you're honest with yourself, get frustrated by inconsistency in your performances or even in your practice, where like your voice shows up great and you can do that hard high section today, and then tomorrow, who knows where it went, and you have no idea why. Like you think you're doing the same thing. Yeah, so many of you commiserating in the chat. Inconsistency, you guys, is always 100% of the time a breath support issue. So I'm so glad you're here, because we're going to get on all of that today. There is hope, there is relief from your inconsistency, right? And then also confidence issues. You guys, if you have confidence issues, then what happens is the breath support is inconsistent. You don't have that foundation that you can rely on. So now you're not confident. And then you have all kinds of issues in the trajectory of your singing journey, of your singing career, because you don't feel confident enough to put yourself out there for these opportunities all the time that could change the needle, that could move you into that next phase of elite opportunities. So, all of these things, guys, they're all breath support problems, every single one of them. And unfortunately, there's so much just really bad and confusing information out there around breath support. Anyone can call themselves an expert vocal coach. But listen, all of the things that you're experiencing, I want you to know, it's not your fault, okay? Most of you have been the unintended victims of bad coaching around breath support. And the problem is that even these coaches who have been giving you bad information, they have been the victims too, because they were taught by teachers who did not know better. But after today, I promise you, you will. And so what you're going to learn today is it's not some magic pill, okay? It's literally just physiology and physics. That's it. It's just science. It's physiology and physics. So we're going to break it down. So let's get down to the foundations, because if you're going to learn how to make a bigger impact in your singing career, then we got to address this pronto. And so I want to start, like I said, at the very beginning with some fundamentals here for a minute. And again, before you roll your eyes and you're like, oh my gosh, Arden, I've already been taught support for years. I already know all the fundamentals. Remember this, that those that get the biggest breakthroughs doing this work show up, as I said, coachable and understanding that you don't know what you don't know. This is just one piece of a much larger puzzle if you're not where you want to be in your singing. And so we're going to address this major piece today. But please know that there's so much more that goes into freeing your voice and your most powerful sound so you can go out there and be successful with it, okay? So be all in here, silence your phones, focus your energy, empty your cup, approach today with beginner's mind, and let's dive in. Okay, so I want to start with anatomy. We're going to start with the anatomy of support. And I want to start with the diaphragm, okay? So where's your diaphragm? Most of you may know where it is. Some of you may think you know where it is. You may not. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share an image, just a basic anatomy image so you can see, okay? Your diaphragm is a giant muscle that looks kind of like a plunger, looks kind of like an upside down bowl when it's at rest, and it sits up at the base of your rib cage, kind of right below the lungs, okay? And this image, or a similar image, is in your breath support workbook, so you can refer back to it should you want to. So when we're talking about the anatomy of support, you know, diaphragm is important, right? It's important for making sound, but I don't think you guys understand fully how the diaphragm works, because if you did, most of you wouldn't be in the habits that you are in your singing, okay? So when we talk about diaphragm, you guys, this is my shirt that I wear when I teach breath support because you can really see my muscles and everything, okay? So here's the base of my ribs. My diaphragm sits up here and it tucks up like this three-dimensional dome, right? And if you were to like saw me in half and take off my top, you would look down and you'd see this dome-shaped diaphragm, all right? And it is what separates your thorax, which is where your lungs are, from the lower part of your anatomy in your abdomen, which is your intestines, your other, your kidneys, your liver, like all that stuff that's down here, okay? And so I want you to understand, just from a physiology point of view, how this diaphragm works. When you inhale, this dome-shaped diaphragm inverts to become a bowl, like this. To make room, it lowers to make room for the expanding lungs that are filling with air, all right? As you move the diaphragm back up from the bowl to the dome, it is that action of the diaphragm moving from the bowl to the dome that moves the air out of your lungs, almost like a syringe. You know, if you push the bottom of a syringe up, it pushes the liquid out, right? So the diaphragm kind of acts like that, and it pushes gently up as it rises, and it pushes air out of lungs, and it moves the air out of your body, either for breathing or for talking, okay? And what I want you guys to understand is that while the diaphragm is very important for the production of sound, because it's one of the major mechanisms that moves air, right? The problem is that we don't have a lot of nerve endings in the diaphragm. We talked about this in the reset. So for singers who are told by vocal coaches who don't really know any better, use your diaphragm, right? I mean, come on, how many of you have heard that, right? Tell me in the chat, use your diaphragm. Right? You have a choir conductor, a vocal coach who's like, use your diaphragm, right? And so then what do, right? You try to get all up in there to try to like use this thing and do something with this thing that you can't really feel because there aren't a whole lot of nerve endings in it. And so then what happens is you just end up manipulating and doing all this stuff, and it actually ends up doing the opposite of what we want to do with the diaphragm. Because remember, if the diaphragm is moving up, it's moving your air out of the lungs. So the faster that diaphragm moves from a bowl to a dome, the faster it pushes air out, the more air that comes out, and the faster you are out of breath before you want to be. It's too much air moving. You don't have enough to get to the end of the phrase, and it's way too much volume of air at way too fast a velocity. So it's not creating what we call the optimal subglottal pressure, which is the pressure of the air coming from below the cords to vibrate the cords in the most efficient way. You're blowing it out, okay? Like if you think of a flag in a gentle breeze, right? In a steady breeze, you get a nice oscillation. A flag in a hurricane of air, you know, it's like, so when you are not in touch with how to affect this diaphragm, because you think you have to use it instead of trying to get all up in there to do that, most of you just end up creating a hurricane of air. It's way too much, and it gets you into all those habits that we talked about: tension, strain, lack of stamina, inconsistency, like all the things, okay? So I just said that the diaphragm is really important for the production of sound, but I also said that you don't have really too many nerve endings in it, so it's kind of hard to feel it to affect it. So what do? This is the number one concept of breath support, which most singers don't quite understand, and you will leave here with this tattooed on your brain today, okay? So breath support is actually not about the diaphragm itself, but it's actually about the muscles around the diaphragm that connect to the diaphragm. So, like that image of if I were to saw myself in half and take my top off, this dome-shaped diaphragm, three-dimensionally, that looks like a plunger, it tucks in and it connects to all of these muscles in my abdomen, so my rectus abdominis, those are my six-pack muscles, my obliques that are coming down the side, the internal transverse abdominis, and the muscles in kind of the lower middle and lower back. All of these muscles, the diaphragm tucks into and connect to. And what we do with these muscles in this that create this container has a direct effect on what happens to the diaphragm, okay? So concept number one for today, if you are following along in your workbook, is that breath support is about the muscles around the diaphragm that connect to the diaphragm and support the diaphragm to stay low and move slow. So what we do with these muscles is what helps the diaphragm to not go like this and pump out and push out a massive hurricane of air. It is also what supports the consistency of the diaphragm to do that. So it's not doing this, which is also important, okay? We need the diaphragm to stay low and move gradually, consistently, and slowly back to its dome shape. So when we're talking about breath support, what we're really talking about are these muscles that support your air, that support the diaphragm to move the exact right velocity of air and the exact right volume of air, meaning the exact right amount and the exact right speed of air past your cords to get that exact perfect subglottal pressure of air that vibrates them in the most beautiful, efficient, and sustainable way, okay? So I want each of you to get in touch with these specific muscles of support. I call this the container of support because that's just kind of how it feels in my body. There are the muscles on the sides of the container, the muscles on the bottom of the container. So let's isolate these muscles and let's talk about this right now. So I want each of you to, if you can, stand up. It's just easier to feel if you can stand up. And like I said, I'm wearing my breath support coaching shirt today so you can really see my anatomy pretty clearly. So I want you guys to imagine that there's a loud dog that's like yapping, okay? And I want you to shush the dog, just like a shh, okay, like you would. And I don't want you to force these muscles to do anything. I just want you to start to feel what's involved. So I want you to put your hand down the center of your rectus abdominis, of your six-pack muscles, and I want you to shush the dog. And I just want you to feel what happens. Shh, 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 shh. Okay, so you feel that. Those are involved. Rectus abdominis. Now I want you to find your obliques. These are the diagonal side muscles that run down from kind of right above your hip bone in front down towards your groin. They're the like super cut muscles on like Olympic swimmers, you know, when the dudes are like super cut, right? These. Put your hands here. Same thing. Shush the dog. Shh, 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 shh. So you feel them. You feel them fire, right? You can feel them. Engage. Same thing down here. Low, transverse abdominis, right above your pubic bone. Shush the dog. Shh. See what you feel, okay? And I also want you to shush the dog, to move my chair, to feel the back muscles. So find the top of your hip bone and the bottom of your rib and put your palms right in the soft muscle right there and do the same thing. Shush the dog and feel what happens. Shh, shh, okay? That back there feels a little differently, but you can feel it going like boop, boop, like as you do it. Now, this is very important, okay? Because we can engage muscles in two different ways. So tell me in the chat, how many of you, when you shushed the dog, felt the muscles under your hands, wherever you were, if you were here or here or whatever, how many of you felt the muscles under your hand contract inwards and away from your hand? Like contract in towards your spine. Tell me in the chat, just put in if you felt those muscles contract in, kind of like shh, shh. Tell me. Yep, Heather felt that. Yep, Weston felt it. I see Nicole felt it. Yep, right. So you felt them contract like that, okay? Yeah. And that's one way to engage a muscle is to contract, okay? Another way to engage a muscle is to flex, okay? Both are engaging of the muscles, but I can contract the muscles to close my hand, or I can flex my muscles to open and flex my hand, okay? What we want is when we are engaging the muscles of support, we want to feel these muscles that we were just isolating flex and not contract. And that is concept number 2 for today. The muscles of support need to flex and not contract, and here is why. So just so that you're clear and you can see it in my body, this is me contracting the muscles of support, which is not the right way. If I do that and I push in and up, what am I doing to my diaphragm? So this diaphragm lowered, right? And if I contract my muscles in and up, I'm doing this. I'm literally pushing this diaphragm up and I'm moving way too much air, way too fast. Versus if I flex the muscles of support, right? So here's the difference. Here's me contracting, and here's me flexing. You see that? Versus okay? When I do that, when I inhaled, diaphragm lowered, and if I flex, I'm just moving the diaphragm a little bit. Just going a little bit. And it's just moving enough air, okay? So that's something that I really want you guys to get. So who of our VIPs wants to check in on this, might be maybe a little confused if you're flexing or contracting, or just want to make sure that you're doing it correctly, because I want you guys to see what this looks like. So let's see, who's in our, let me come back to do we have William, Natalia, Maria, Lelisa, Jacqueline, Jocelyn, Bryn? Tell me, you can use the raise hand function if you would like, or I might just call on one of you. If you want to coach a little flex and contract. Okay, Natalia, go ahead and unmute. All right, let's see. Let me find you.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you have your camera on? You do. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So, hi. Nice to see you.
Hi. Nice to meet you too.
Okay, so go ahead and stand up. Okay.
Okay, and that was one of the my questions. So I guess I am a little confused because every time when I would take a breath and my teacher would say, I mean, it had to be like full, you have to, like, when you breathe in, you have to feel this, like, you're just full. It's just a lot. But when I'm doing this sound, it really is just like barely noticeable. It's just a little bit. So I'm
Right.
like, and
So,
to the point where at first when I started doing this, it's like I cannot really even feel it. You know what? Am I
are
doing
you
something
saying you
wrong?
can't feel?
Or
Are you saying you, let me just understand. You're saying you
okay,
can't feel the flex? Or are you saying you don't really feel the inhale? Which one?
I guess the flax
Okay,
probably, but
good.
because I guess in a sense because I am used to this idea, but that you when you take a breath, I mean like you kind of
Okay,
like
so I'm gonna pause
boom,
you.
like
I'm gonna pause you right here because
all right,
we're gonna get to the inhale like
okay,
very soon, and
right,
all of your confusion will be completely
okay,
eliminated in like
I get it,
5 minutes. So
okay,
don't worry about the inhale right now. We'll get there. But I do want to help you to feel because I'm sure others of you who are here right now, tell here, give Natalia some support in the chat. How many of you are like, I'm not really sure if I'm like feeling the flex the right way? Because I guarantee you, you're not the only one. So
okay. So
give her a little
when I did
support.
that, I kind of in the back. I think it's
Okay.
easier to feel the contraction,
Yeah.
but like here a little
Yeah.
bit
So
here and out. So I mean,
go ahead. Stand
all
up.
right.
Okay. Stand up.
Okay, can you?
Okay.
All right.
And so, yes, that's
Okay.
great. And maybe take one step back, just one step. There you go. Okay. Now I can see perfect. Okay. So, can you hold your shirt a little tighter around your body? Okay, perfect. And now, what I would like for you to do is give yourself that direction to shush the dog and put your hand on your obliques, right? Not in the center, but just one hand. Yeah, there, you can do that. Perfect. Okay, now just shush the dog and let me watch and let me see.
Shh, 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 shh. I can see it.
Okay,
Shh, shh, shh.
yeah,
Okay.
okay. I think that's good. I don't see you contracting in. I see you just staying in your hands. Do you feel the shush in your hand?
Not well. That's the thing. Not really.
Okay, so let's do it again. And I want
I
you
mean,
to,
it kind of feels more up here, but not here. I don't
okay,
know.
put your hand down the center like this.
Mhm.
And I want you to put the shush right into your palm. So if you watch my body,
Mhm.
shh, shh, shh. You see these muscles going like if my hand were there, they'd be like
Yeah.
going into my
Mhm.
hand. Try.
Shh,
Yes,
shh,
yes,
shh,
yes,
shh,
yes.
shh.
Okay. Do you feel
Okay.
that?
Yes.
Good, good. Now keep this hand here and put this hand here. So if you guys watch like me on my side body here, you can see my obliques fire too. It kind of goes like a little bit like this, right? But like it's less about what I see in you and more,
Shh,
yes.
shh, shh,
Do you
shh.
feel yourself putting that shush right into your palm?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Good. Now, you can keep one hand here and put one hand here on the back. Yep.
Mhm.
On the soft spot on your back, so right below your ribs.
Yeah.
Good. And now I want you to feel this three-dimensionally. Shh, shh, shh.
Shh,
Yes,
shh,
yes.
shh.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you for that. So come sit down. Can you describe that sensation in your body? Is there a shape, an image, a feeling?
Y- Yeah, I mean it feels like something like round maybe.
Mhm.
Uh but you know what I now I know what you were saying, but I guess it's because, I was confused that and like you say, it doesn't take a lot.
No.
It's just it's just a little bit.
Right.
And I guess
Right.
that's why I was confused at first because like, oh, I'm supposed to like feel like full of air and stuff like that. I don't.
Right.
Does it?
But that is part of what I was talking about at the beginning,
Okay.
which is unfortunately, like, and I say this, you guys, not to throw shade, most there's just a lot of bad coaching around breast support. And if
Okay.
anybody is telling you these things, they don't understand the basic anatomy and the basic physics, but you will. So thank
Okay.
you for
No,
being
it
this.
makes yes. Thank you. Because
Yeah.
like
So
I
this
said,
is
I was
just the
confused
first.
because it felt like you have to feel like a lot going on here. But
No,
since I mean the movement is so tiny and
it's much
small
more
that
subtle.
if you're
Yes.
not used to this, you can just miss it. That's what
Right.
I'm saying.
Right. No, but I'm
Okay,
so
thank
glad
you.
now that you can feel that. And for all
Yes.
of the rest of you, it is subtle. It's not a whack. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? The way
Okay.
I feel it in my body is that I'm just kind of sitting into it. I'm just kind of
Yeah.
that gentle sit
Okay.
in.
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. Thank you, Natalia.
Yeah.
Jocelyn, I saw that you wanted to also check in. Did you have a similar question as Natalia? You're muted. You're muted, Jocelyn. You're muted. Let's see. Let me
Okay, there.
find. Yeah, there
Okay,
you are.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. Let's see how how that. Wait, now you're muted again. What just happened?
I didn't touch it.
There you
O-
go.
Okay, so let me stand up because I'm not doing it correct. I feel it. Yet and I've been singing you how many years with a diaphragm? There you go. Okay, I'm trying.
Okay. So
That,
I see the top of your body
right.
trying to do this
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
doing wrong.
action. Okay. And
Yeah,
it's your body is trying to take your ribs and trying to push you down into this. Okay. So you guys, I want you to think of this container of support as kind of two separate sections. What's happening above the diaphragm, which is your ribs and your lungs, and what's happening below the diaphragm, which is everything that we just talked about.
right,
Okay.
right.
So right now, this is a perfect opportunity to segue into the I want to pause. I want to put a pin in this with you, Jocelyn, because this is going to become completely clear what you're doing when we talk about the inhale and the ribs. So let me do that first. I want to talk about alignment, and then I want to talk about inhale and ribs, and then I'm going to get you back up to coach, because what Jocelyn is doing up here is sabotaging what she understands down here. So we understand what we want to do down here. Once she understands what we're going to do up here, then it's going to make more sense, and then I'm going to get you back up to coach. Okay, so just sit tight, put a pin in that, and we're going to be right back on it once you guys get this. Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, so I want to talk about two things because they both affect ribs. Okay, so we're going to talk about the inhale in a second, but I also want to talk about alignment, body alignment, because bad alignment will interfere with your diaphragm and your support. So part of what I saw Jocelyn doing, which we'll coach on in a minute, was she was in a good kind of alignment. She wasn't like here or here, or like we have all kinds of habits in our alignment, right? But when she went to hiss, she pulled, let me see if I can. When she went to shush the dog, she pulled everything this way. Her head, her shoulders, like everything went from being aligned like to then being like that every time she did that. Okay. And that is what you're doing is when that body is kicked out of alignment, these ribs, when we go like this, and I'm exaggerating, okay, Jocelyn, like it wasn't like this egregious, but just so that you guys can see. Every time I go like this, or if I'm somebody whose body alignment habit is just to be kind of closed and contracted and not super lengthened, right? Then the bottom parts of my ribs are cutting off the area from that my diaphragm needs to be able to move down into. Same thing if you have a habit that's the other way. I used to have the opposite habit because I did a lot of ballet growing up. And ballet dancers were super, like they take their tailbone and they tuck it in and up, okay? And so this like total like thing for ballet dancers, when we're not dancing, we want to do the opposite. We want to go like relax, okay? But that like sway back thing, all of my back ribs are now cutting in and cutting off the diaphragm, fully lowering in the back. So alignment really matters, and it's not just alignment of rib cage like we were just talking about. It can also be, for example, like head. So for example, I had a tenor who was super duper tall. I don't know if I've told this story before, but he was like NBA tall. He was like 6'5", and he was taller than everybody his whole life. And so he spent his whole life like this, because everybody was under him. Everybody was shorter than him. Everything was lower than his field of vision. And so he would get up to sing and he would be here, which is like completely cutting off like energy and putting pressure on his larynx and pulling his shoulders forward. And look what's happening. You see what I'm saying? And so you guys, alignment is really important. It's very important to understand what your habits are, just how you live in your body, because how you live in your body when you're not singing is also how you live in your body when you are singing. So what we want in terms of alignment, so we're not interfering with diaphragmatic action, and we're not interfering with other issues that would create tension, pull us forward, pull us backward, whatever, is I want you guys to understand the idea of lengthened spine. So it would be as if, like if you imagine a skeleton in science class, and like there's the hook that holds the skull up, right? And the spine just like, and the feet and the legs just like dangle down, right, towards the floor. So it's like that feeling of like your head is nice and supported, and your spine is just floating down towards the floor, nice and lifted. Most of us, without realizing it, the heavy head puts us here, and now we don't have the action that we need down there. So lengthen spine and also open heart space. The idea of feeling your shoulder blades sliding down your back. So get in touch with your habit. Most of us are on screens. Most of the time we spend like this. Head forward, shoulders rounded, pecs contracted, traps over rounded. We don't realize that then in life we're here. You see me? I'm here. My head is forward. There's a lot of pressure here. That's a lot of pressure that ribs are now tucked in and putting on diaphragm. Okay, so now I want to like imagine I'm unzipping my heart space. It's like I'm from here. I'm opening my heart space and I'm feeling my shoulder blades slide down my back. The last thing I want for you guys is to do this. Okay? That's not length, because what you did is you shortened your back to do it. Okay? So that idea of length and width, be that skeleton in science class, open your heart space. The more you can get in touch with what your default body habit and alignment is, the more you can shift it when you're not singing, the easier it is to be in that place when you are singing. So learn to check in when you're not singing. Like you're standing in line at the grocery store, you're doing the dishes at the sink, you're probably here. I'm no different, but I've learned to check in, and when I feel that, I'm like, oh. And it's so much easier for me to now be here when I sing, which is way more efficient for my breath support and the resonance that I want. Okay, so that's alignment. I just wanted you guys to have that piece, because I could give you really great tools around your support, but if the alignment is off, it's going to sabotage it. Okay. All right. So now let's talk about the anatomy of the inhale. And this is what Natalia was asking about. And this is also, we're gonna talk about ribs, which is what I was seeing in Jocelyn. First of all, I want you guys to understand that we tend to focus when we think about breath, we tend to focus on here, okay? But if you were in our reset last week, you got a bit of information about where your lungs really are. And so for the rest of you, your lungs are more in your back than they are here. And you know where they're really not? They're not in your belly. So how many of you have been told belly breathing, breathe into your belly, right? I mean, it's like so many, right? And that idea of like tanking up and breathing into your belly. And so what do most of you do when you think you have to breathe into your belly? You go, and you try to put your belly out because you're trying to put your breath into your belly. Guys, I know you know this, but come on. Ain't no lungs in your belly. Ain't no lungs in your belly. Lungs are in your back for the most part. If you think about the shape of your rib cage, it's up here, it ends up here in the front and it goes all the way down here in the back. Why? Because your ribs are there to protect your lungs. So you have more lung in your back than you do in the front, and you definitely did not have lungs in your belly. Okay, now I understand why certain teachers will tell you to breathe into your belly, because what they're trying to prevent is you doing this and breathing up like this. Because when you do that, you don't actually lower your diaphragm. You're trying to take a breath. I hate that phrase, take a breath. And you end up trying to take this thing that's in here and you try to like, but what did we learn? If you're pulling this up, no, you don't got any room for your lungs. And if you're pulling this up and in, like how are your lungs gonna expand to make room for the air that you want, right? So concept number 3 for today, first of all, is lungs are in your back, all right? And we have to understand that the reason why when you have a really beautiful free inhale, you might see your belly pooch out a little bit. Again, guys, this is just physiology and anatomy, is because the diaphragm has lowered to make room for the lungs filling with air. As it lowers, it presses down on your intestines and your kidneys and all the other things that are in here, and there's nowhere for it to go, so it kind of goes out a little bit. You know, it's like when you push down on the peanut butter and jelly sandwich and the jelly and the peanut butter squeezes out the sides. That's what this is, okay? So don't focus on putting your breath here, because if you do, all you're gonna be doing is trying to push this out and you're still not gonna get air. So I want you to feel your breath in your back, okay? So the best way that I know how to do this is to do a rag doll. Some of you may have done this with me before, and you're gonna dangle, okay? So you're just gonna dangle, and you're gonna let a little gentle bend in your knees, and you're gonna let your head hang heavy, pulling out your neck. You're gonna let your arms pull out the length of your shoulders, okay?
You keep disappearing.
Oh, I'm disappearing, okay. So can you guys see me, my position, okay? And you're gonna ragdoll and dangle, and then you're gonna breathe into your back body. And I want you to do this. Everybody do this. Stand up and ragdoll. And I want you to do a few nose breaths and send the air like you're sending the air up through your back and up towards the ceiling. And feel that back body expand as you send air up towards your back, up towards the ceiling. And even more, if you can imagine somebody's like standing behind you and has their palms on your back ribs, kind of like just below your scapula, your shoulder blades. And breathe into their imaginary hands. And you can really feel the breath go into your back because you have so much lung there. So now slowly roll up. Don't go too fast or else you'll get lightheaded, okay? And now that you're standing, I want you to close your eyes. And even though you're standing, I want you to same thing, nose breath, and send the breath into your back and feel it the same way as you did when you were folded over, except now you're standing, and like you can really feel the breath sending it into the back body. Imagine that I'm standing behind you and I have my hands like right on your back on either side. And I want you to imagine that you're breathing into my hands. Send the breath into your back body. The reason that I'm suggesting a nose breath on this is because nose breaths are a little bit slower, and so they can help you to calm down and feel what you're doing, okay? But you can do it on a mouth breath too as you get it incorporated. Now, most of you will have noticed when you're doing this that the whole rest of your container of your ribs expands as well. When you're focused on sending the breath into the back, everything starts to expand. So if I'm doing a really awesome back body breath, it looks like this. Now you'll notice that I am expanding in all directions, right? Like it's kind of like the doors of a DeLorean or a Tesla that like open like this, right? You guys have seen that, right? Like, you know, if I think about the hinge of my first rib along the front and everything is moving out and away in terms of the rib cage to allow this diaphragm room to lower. Because guess what? If I do this, well, it can't go anywhere, okay? So the next concept here, guys, is that the inhale is a release, okay? I hate the phrase, take a breath. Because when we think take a breath, then what is your brain is going to tell your body's going to follow that instruction, and it's literally going to grab and contract and go, and now you're stuck because you didn't actually get any air because you're trying to grab and you're trying to pull the air into your body because you think that you need to help air come into your body. And so what you do in helping is you pull in and you contract, but guess what you've done when you do that? You have now made the space that air would come in smaller, right? You've contracted around your trachea. You've contracted your ribs to try to pull in. You've contracted your diaphragm to pull in. And now you have literally no room for that air that you so desperately think you need to help come into your body to actually come in, okay? So instead, I want you to understand the physics behind this, because as I said, you guys, this is just anatomy and physics. You do not have to help air come into your body. You don't, okay? The law of equilibrium, if you guys, this is high school physics, law of equilibrium states that the pressure of a gas wants to equalize on either side of a membrane if it is different. So if the pressure on this side, the pressure of the gas on this side of the membrane is different than the pressure of the gas on this side of the membrane, it wants to equalize. That's high school physics for those of you who remember. So when the air pressure inside your lungs is different than the air pressure outside your body because it is time to breathe, you do not have to help the air come in. You do not have to take it or grab it. All you have to do is release your body to make room for it, and the air will come in. You don't have to help it at all, okay? And then you actually get more air. So that is because the body has opened up, and now, oh my gosh, I feel it in my back, I feel my diaphragm lower, and I got so much air and I didn't have to help it. So the idea that the inhale is a release is concept number 4 for today, if you're following along in your workbook. And this is what we call a life breath. It is a life breath. Like that is how you breathe all day, every day. And yet, for some reason, you think you have to do something different for singing. The only reason you'd have to do something different for singing to like tank up is if you're not being efficient with the breath support that you're using within the phrase. If you're contracting and you're pushing too much air out, well, you see this is a negative feedback loop here, because then you think, oh my God, I didn't have enough air. Well, it's not that you didn't have enough air. You just weren't efficient in how you were using it. But you think, oh, I didn't have enough air, so now I think I need to, and now you have tension and you didn't get very much air. And so now you go into the phrase with less air and with all your bad habits, and now you feel like you have even less, and now you're scared, and now you feel like, oh, I better tank up even more. So I'm answering your question, Natalia, okay? Like, we do not need to tank up when we're being efficient with how we use our air in the phrase, and It doesn't take a lot of air to sing. It takes the exact right speed and volume of air. It's a very narrow, steady stream, okay? And if we understand these things, guys, then we can start to trust that a life breath is enough. You know, most of you, if you were to breathe, like walking down the street, the way you breathe for singing, you'd pass out. Like, why would you ever think that that is something you should do when you are singing, if it would be so like uncomfortable and detrimental and make you pass out when you're not singing, right? So again, guys, it's just anatomy and physics, okay? So as this idea, we don't want to take the breath, we want to let the breath come in. Release when you inhale. Release, so these muscles that we were feeling the flex, that I'm going to talk about in a minute, how they engage for when we're going to sing over a duration, that flex, let it go. Let your ribs go. Let your throat go. Let your jaw go. It's like everything just lets go and it releases, and you have so much room and you get plenty of air. Now, you can go too far with this, and you can end up kind of getting above your armpits. So what I mean by that is like over breathing. So I'm gonna stand up, so I can let a beautiful life breath for singing come in, and that's it. Now, I could keep going, but now I'm all up here, right? And so like if you feel the breath come above your armpits, you're over breathing. It's like when you go to the gas station and you've filled up your tank and you try to like squeeze a few more, I know who you are, you guys who do that, right? You try to get a few more pumps out of it, right? You're overfilling, you're over breathing. And in the same way, it's not efficient for your car, it's not efficient for you either, okay? So to that end, I want you guys to try a little exercise, okay? What we're gonna do, like to just really prove to you that you don't have to help the air come in, that all you have to do is release. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna blow all your breath out. You're gonna squeeze all your breath out. And you guys, this is the opposite of what we wanna do when we sing, okay? But just for, understanding, you're gonna get rid of all your air. And then you're gonna release your body. Okay, so you're gonna squeeze all your air out, you're gonna squeeze it out, get rid of it until your brain is, screaming, Arden, breathe. And then all you're gonna do is give yourself a direction, let go, undo. Release my throat, release my jaw, release my belly, release my ribs, okay? I don't want you to think about taking air in. Do not think about bringing air into your body. The only instruction I want your brain to give your body is release. Okay, so try it. You guys get rid of your air, blow it out. Blow it out, get rid of it until you have nothing left and your brain says breathe, and then just open your body. Okay, so now we're gonna put this together, and then I'm gonna bring Jocelyn back up, okay? So we release on the inhale, we flex on a hiss, and you guys, I'm really breaking this down for you right now because I want you to understand, I want you to get back the foundation so you really understand what your body is doing, okay? So we release on the inhale, the body opens and belly drops and lets go, and we release. And then we hiss over a longer duration, okay? And so you felt a little hiss into that flex on a short duration when you were shushing the dog, right? If you watch, let me just see. If you can watch my support, it's kind of flex, flex, flex. I'm even doing it as I'm talking. Now your job is to move through and lean through that flex over a duration and do it on a longer hiss like a snake. So you guys see how my muscles are like going like this instead of that was what was happening to Jocelyn. Everything up here and down here was going and in short bursts it was going instead of finding that release and then flexing out over that duration. Okay, so what I want you guys to start to get and understand is this container of support. So we talked about the lower container of support, right? Now let's talk about the higher container of support of ribs. And then I'm gonna ask Jocelyn to come back on, okay? When we're talking about ribs, we want to remember that ribs are very heavy bones of body, right? And so if ribs are like collapsing around lungs, it's another way of pushing air out, whether it's intended or not. So if you are contracting here and pushing diaphragm up, and contracting here, because look, if your diaphragm has lowered and then the ribs come in and go, it pushes it right back up, right? So you're now contracted and you're moving way too much air and way too fast a time. So when we talk about the ribs in terms of breath, right? We just said we're gonna release them on the inhale. And then what we wanna feel is that they just stay out of the picture so that they don't either fall in unintentionally or push intentionally to move air out, to move sound, okay? So we want to think about the word appoggio now, okay? So this is concept number 5 for today, appoggio. Appoggio is the Italian word that means to lean in Italian, similar in Spanish, apoyar, right? And that is the Italian word for a method of classical singing breath support that is the most efficient, it's the best method of supporting your air. And unfortunately, it's only taught to classical singers, and even then, a lot of times not so well. And so it doesn't matter what kind of music you sing, jazz, pop, it doesn't matter. What appoggio is helping you to understand this container of support, the ribs in the front and the back, the abdominals in the front and the back. When we release on the inhale, then we want to lean into this container over the course of the phrase. Notice I'm talking to you and I didn't go talking to you, right? That would me be receding away from the container. We want to take these muscles and we want to gently flex into this container so that we don't compromise that diaphragm being low and slow. So here's the best way that I know how to teach this that I'm going to give you because it really helped me. In order to feel ribs, not forcing down or accidentally collapsing down, I want you to imagine that, like, if you're a lady, that you have like a strapless bra or a strapless bathing suit and it's hooked like one size too big. Or if you're a gentleman, you have like a belt wrapped around the upper part of your ribs and it's buckled like one buckle too big. So if you expand into this strapless bra or belt, it'll stay up. But if you contract away from it, it'll fall down to your knees, okay? And so what we want to do is I want you to feel your lat and I want you to breathe into this hand and you can feel that expansion, and then you're going to hiss and you're going to not let the bra fall down, not let the belt fall down. So you're going to use your intercostal muscles, which are the muscles between your ribs, to just gently flex. Again, gently, guys, is the optimal word. To gently flex, and you're going to use these muscles to gently flex so that you stay nice and wide instead of collapse. So I will do it again. You guys notice how I'm just like not, it looks to you like I'm not moving, right? What I am directing in my body, though, it feels like I am because I'm using my muscles to lean against this metaphorical thing that I'm imagining in my mind so that my muscles do this and get out of the way of my diaphragm so my diaphragm can just move very slowly. Versus if I do it the wrong way, right? That bathing suit would be down below my ankles. And I've now sabotaged my diaphragm in the action that we want of it staying low and moving slow. So Dolores, come back in here, okay? And go ahead and find your unmute, if you will.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and,
It's my shirt.
no problem. So go ahead and stand up.
Okay.
Okay.
Over here.
Yep. Okay.
Good.
And so what I want you to do, that's great. What I want you to do is I want you to wrap one hand around your lat under your bra line and just relax the other and just relax your shoulders as much as you can. Okay. Now, I want you to nose breath. Let the breath come into your back body and feel that release and expansion as the air comes in. You feel that under your hand?
Yeah.
Good. Now we're going to have the other hand on your oblique along the side, right? There you go. Okay. So you're going to have that same beautiful release life breath. And then I want you to hiss into both hands and move that hiss through both hands. Are you hissing? I don't see you hissing. Okay. I don't think you had your original sound on. Are you on a laptop, a desktop, an iPhone, an iPad?
Oh, I have a desktop. Not a desktop. I have an iPad.
Okay. If you go, did you do the settings from the instructions for the VIPs?
Yeah.
Before the meeting? You did. So you enabled original sound already?
All right.
You did that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So if you go down to where the three dots are at the, on the screen.
3 dots.
You see the 3 dots? You might have to tap the screen.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Just went off. There we go.
Okay.
And
it should say turn original sound on or original sound off.
Auto settings, captions, translation, meetings, background effects, notes. Apps, auto settings, captions and translations, meeting settings, background and effects, and notes.
Okay. Ash, do you know, am I telling her to go to the wrong place? I think it's in the 3 dots.
So what do I do?
Let's see. It's in so in meeting settings, do you see settings?
Yeah, I see meeting settings.
If you tap that, what do you see?
I'm saying meeting settings. No, it's a caption language, English. No, cancel. That's all.
Do you see audio settings?
No.
Okay, so it's okay. We can still coach on this, but Ash, after I finish with her on the hissing and stuff, if you maybe can give her somewhere to find to turn it on. I'm on a laptop, so I'm not seeing the same thing you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm on
there. You can do it. Okay, it's okay. We're gonna work with what we got because it's not the end. The end of the world. Okay, so.
I have a shirt on. That's why, so you can see.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So one hand here, okay. Right? Feel your lat. Yep. And then feel your oblique. Okay. Now I want you to breathe in and release into your fill out the bra. And then I want you to hiss, and I don't want you to let the bra fall down. Okay? Okay. That's better. Now, if you were going to do just like a siren, I want you to do the same thing.
Hey.
Breathe in, release, let the air feel it with your hand. Let's just not even worry about going high in the scale. I just want you to feel it, just and I want you to engage both feelings of container into both hands. Okay. Okay, good. Let's do it again. And I want you to follow with your brain what's happening under the hand that's around your back. And I want to see if you can tell me if and when you feel that stop leaning to keep the bra from falling down, and see if you can feel it go the other way when that happens. See if you can tell.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Closer.
Ah.
That was better. I don't know if you guys saw this, but if you
Yeah, but
watch the
I
replay,
felt it. Yeah.
you did. What?
I
So
did.
you guys, when you watch the replay, if you watch this, you can see her literally sit out into her hands, and notice she didn't crack as much.
Yeah.
Okay. What did that feel like to you?
Okay.
What did it feel like to you? Can you describe what that was?
Okay. Let me do this again.
Well, I don't want you to do it again. I want you to describe what you felt the first time when you just did it right.
But I felt well, the ribs expand. I felt my, as you say, the abdomen down here with the, your diaphragm. I felt that come out. And I felt a different sound. I heard a different sound.
Yeah. Well, you were able to stay way more open in your throat.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Because here's why, you guys. Before, she was coming in.
Yeah.
She was pushing in here and she was pushing in here. And all of that pushes everything in and up, and it creates a lot of pressure and strain. And your body goes, oh, I don't like that. And so it's trying to control from up here. And so all this closes. And now you feel tight and like you're hitting a ceiling and like it doesn't want to come out. So when you reverse the situation and you move things away from here and you create a more efficient stream of air,
Okay.
because you're stabilizing the diaphragm to do that, now this can stay way more open.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I'm happy. Good.
You're welcome. Okay, any of the other VIPs want to try this, want to get some clarity on that? Any of you? William, Lisa, Natalia, Bryn, Jacqueline. Yeah, Natalia wants to. Go ahead and unmute. Okay, let's see, find your unmute. Yeah, Jacqueline, go ahead. Go ahead and unmute. I see ya. Hi. Okay. So let's step back for just a little so I can see a little more of you. Can you tilt the screen a little bit? Perfect. Great. Okay. So let's do the same thing. Let's see if you can hiss. Let's just do a couple of on and off hisses. So what we're going to do is we'll do like a 4-beat hiss and then let the breath come in, and then another 4-beat hiss, because I want you guys to feel the sensation of the flex and lean out of the Appoggio on the on as you hiss, and then the release of it into that life breath as you breathe for the next phrase. So let's do like 2 or 3, okay?
Is it nose inhale or mouth?
Either way, doesn't matter. Okay, so let's do it again. Let's do it again. And I didn't see your body let go on the inhale. So let's just work on the inhale for a second. I want you to do the same thing that I was talking about a minute ago, which is where you just blow all your breath out, squeeze it out, and then just release your body and let the air come in, okay? So blow it out. Blow it all out, blow it out, blow it out, blow it out until your body is screaming at you, Jacqueline, breathe. And when you're ready, release your belly, release your throat. Okay, so what's interesting is I saw part of your body be willing to release into the inhale and the other part of your body not really want to go along for the ride. Are you present to what part was willing to let go and what part really didn't want to?
No.
Okay, so when you watch the recording back, I want you to rewind. I want you to watch what you did, and I want you to watch the upper part of your body where your ribs and your throat are, and then I want you to also see the lower part of your body where your support muscles are. You released from here down. This released beautifully. Ribs and throat were not so trusting. They were like, oh no. So let's do it again. I want you to get rid of it, squeeze it all, and then I want you to focus on open throat, open ribs, and let it all go. And find your back. Yes, it didn't go right away. Did you notice? Like this kind of went first. This was a little bit iffy, and then it came online. Like your inhale was slow, which is fine, but over the course of like a 2-beat inhale, this and throat didn't quite release at the start of the inhale.
Okay.
So I want you to do the ragdoll again. So can you flop over and let your head hang heavy? Yeah, and let there be a gentle bend in your knees if you just have some, yep. Now, nose breath into your back. I really want you to feel that air going into your back. Yes, do you feel that?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Good, now roll up, okay? That release and feeling of expansion wasn't happening a minute ago. So see if you can just find that right now. Find your back. Yes. Can you open your heart space a little bit? Feel, yeah, yes. Okay, see, now we're talking. Now, nose breath into your back. Yes. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I feel it's a lot of work.
Because your body is not used to releasing. Believe it or not, when we're here, it feels like it's not work, but your muscles are habituated into actually having to work to be here. And so it's habit, you don't notice it. But being here, you actually, and I don't necessarily want you to feel like you have to shove your chest forward, right? It's just a feeling of 3-dimensionality and length. So I want you to feel like length that goes from collarbones right down through your belly button. That feeling, because your habit, we talked about alignment habits, is for this line to be like this, to be shortened. So lengthen. Yes. Now nose breath into your back. Let your belly go and let it go into your back. Yes. What does that feel like to you? Can you describe that? Is it like a shape, a sensation?
I honestly, it's weird because I feel more powerful.
Because your energy is now not being blocked and your air is not being blocked and you're getting more air, you know?
Yeah.
Yes. So now with this feeling in your physiology and in your alignment, okay, and you know, you guys, the old habits die hard, right? Like Tatiana was asking in the chat, why does it feel like work if it's how we naturally breathe? She does naturally breathe this way, but she does it here. And so she gets less air and she doesn't feel as powerful. So when we realign and open the body, it feels a little more like work because these muscles are not, the breath is not work. Her body has to work different muscles to stay open and aligned because her habit is to be here, right? But the actual inhale is not work. And she feels, yes, that's great, Jacqueline. I can really feel you living into that right now, okay? Yeah. So now, every time you inhale, right, I need you to give yourself the intention of that length first. Find length first, and then nose breath into your back. Yes. Good. So your order of operations, and probably for most of you, is check in with your alignment first, then release into the back body breath, then now hiss into your container. Don't let because you've set up a beautiful bra, like your bra ain't falling down now. You know what I mean? Like you have this, beautiful. Now hiss into it. Yep, don't let it fall. Keep moving, keep flexing, keep flexing. Yeah, right. When I say don't let it fall, I don't just mean your alignment. I mean your, like all of the muscles contracting in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hiss out. So if you have your hands here, you're hissing 3-dimensionally into your hands to stay nice and wide. Try it again. Like that. Yes. Okay. What do you notice about that?
Once again, there's a lot of power, and I'm even noticing in my speaking voice, there's more power, more resonance, more confidence, just more stability.
Yes, because you're in a pattern that now supports that instead of sabotages it. Right? Good. Okay. Thank you. That was great. All right. So this idea of don't let the belt fall down or don't let the bra fall down, right? This is about leaning and flexing into the container of a support over a duration. So all of this container is moving through that flex. You guys, the flex is not something that we get into and then we hold, okay? If we do that, it will become a contraction and then we're gonna go in the wrong direction, okay? So the idea of appoggio, the idea of the lean, you guys, leaning is actually an active thing. It's something that we just keep doing, you know what I'm saying? Versus like a hold, which would be the opposite of that. So we are flexing, leaning, moving through the flex. You guys, the way I feel it, it's not like I get into the flex and then I hold it. I am flexing through, and it's almost like I'm creating like a river of energy that's moving down and out and away from my body, and it doesn't stop doing that over the course of the phrase, okay? That's how we build consistency. That's what Jacqueline was just talking about, that she's starting to feel more consistent because her body is doing something that supports that. Now, the one thing I want you to know about the flex is we don't want to give it all away at the beginning. We don't want to get to the maximum of our flex right away. Like let's say we have, you know, a 4-bar phrase. If we get to the maximum of our lean of our flex, you know, in beat 2, then we got nothing left to flow through for beats 3 and 4. And our body's going to then collapse and contract because it can't go any further. So understanding to connect brain to breath, understanding where you are in your phrase, and to graduate that lean over the duration. So what that would look like, if I'm doing it the wrong way, if I go too far, too fast, too soon in my flex, let's say I'm doing, I don't know, we'll do some Mozart. Like, even though I got to the last note, if I'm phonating and singing on that note, I'm moving through my flex. I'm visualizing these muscles gently flowing through like this container, okay? If I'm gonna go too far, too fast, too soon, then it goes like this. Like, I can't make it to the end. Did you see how much I whacked that flex to begin with? And I can't sustain that. I'm at 10. I got nothing left. And now my body's going to recede. So I want to move through 1, 3, 5, and I'm not going to get to the maximum of my flex until the end of the phrase, if that. If it's not a long phrase, you're not going to get to the maximum of your flex, you know? And so it's about gradually moving through this, and that's how we create consistency to keep the diaphragm low and moving slow. Because if we whack it all at the beginning, diaphragm goes really low, but then we can't keep it there, and then it's just gonna start creeping up too fast, okay? So that is an understanding that takes some time, but having hands-on can really be helpful. And the question to ask yourself is, okay, let me do this phrase, and I'm gonna connect brain to body, and I'm gonna witness what's happening under my hands. When do I go from flex to contract? When do I go from flex to abdicate? And if you can follow your body through the phrase, you will start to see, oh, I'm going too far, too fast. Or, oh, I didn't expand enough. I was all up here, so I didn't have that release. Because you guys, you have to find that release so that you have something to flex into. If you're breathing here, you got nothing to flex into. You're all contracted. And you can't go from contract to flex. It doesn't work that way. You got to go from release to flex, okay? So now, talking about the release is the inhale, right? We were talking about that a minute ago. Well, after you finish singing a phrase, after you've moved through your flex, the off is just as important as the on. So we were just talking about the on of the flex, but when you finish singing a phrase, you have to release your appoggio. You have to release your support when you inhale. So the off is just as important as the on, which is why I love to do like on-off hissing, because I'm practicing my off And you guys, the off is the inhale. So if I'm singing a phrase, most of you probably think, because you just never realized it, that you're thinking of the inhale as belonging to the next phrase you sing. But it does not. It does not. It belongs at like a period, like a punctuation mark at the end of the phrase that you are finishing. It is the release of your appoggio. So if I'm doing the Mozart, and I don't think I was in the right key. I think I was low. Starts on a C. Let's get the C. So if I'm on the C, here, I'll do it so you can see. The inhale that you hear at the end of the phrase is me releasing. And then I release. And that's what ends the phrase. That's the off. So if it was a hiss, the inhale is the off, is the punctuation mark, is what ends that, okay? So just know when you're practicing on-off hisses, okay, that off is just as important as your on. And that's concept number 6 if you're following along in your workbook. You have to release your lean. You have to release your support when you inhale. Now, some pitfalls just to be aware of, okay? Just as we were talking about no belly breathing, right? As we were talking about don't focus on your belly when you breathe, focus on your back and on your sides. Same thing here. The focus of support is not in the middle of your belly, okay? It's what's happening around it, in rectus abdominis, obliques, transverse abdominis. Because if you focus your support and your flex and your lean on the middle, most of you end up in this place without realizing it, where you're just trying to push out your belly. And that is not support, okay? So no, don't focus on the middle. Focus on the flex and the lean and the down and out of what's happening around it, okay? That's the first thing. Second pitfall to be aware of is not to go too far at this feeling of like pushing out your ribs, okay? Because like I can find a nice life breath inhale, and now I've engaged and I'm talking to you and I haven't released my ribs. You can see I'm talking to you, and I can do that over a duration, but you can go this way. You can go like that, where it's like way too far, you know what I'm saying? And that just creates a lot of tension. So it's being able to recognize the sweet spot and not go too far. I don't want you to push your ribs out, because if you think push your ribs out, then you will do that. Body is always following brain. If you tell yourself push, you will push and you will go too far and you will get into that tension and it will not feel good, because you're going to the max again, right? So the idea is never push. The idea is always the words that you've heard me use for the last half hour, which is flow through, engage through, lean through. These are active things that create engagement over a duration without you like going too far and pushing and whacking, okay? When you're working on Appoggio and you're working on finding a hiss or a lip trill or anything that we'll do in a couple minutes, when you're working on that and the idea of flexing out and not collapsing, right? We have to be careful of understanding that there is a natural progression, especially in the ribs, that will happen over time. Meaning, your ribs will gently and ever so slowly and slightly fold in, but not till you're like 60-70% of the way through your air. Okay, so for example, if I'm going to sing a really long phrase, so I'll do the vedrai cavino again, but I'll do the two phrases together and I won't breathe in between. So so you can see I ended a bit here, and then when I breathed, I expanded again. So, but that's natural, that's fine, but we want to delay that gentle folding in for as long as we can, okay, without muscling too bad. Because again, if this happens, do you hear how airy my sound is? Because I contracted and I kicked my ribs in right away, and I was using my ribs to start my sound instead of my lower support to start my sound. So watch me expand this. Watch what does engage the sound, and it is this. You will see these expand, you will see these engage, and then you will see me phonate. If I do not engage these before I phonate, my ribs are going to be like, oh, something's got to start the sound, and they're going to kick in, and now I've lost my appoggio, and my sound is going to be airy, I'm going to be in tension, and I'm not going to make it to the end of the phrase. So watch the order of operations. Release, receive air, then engage, then I phonate. Watch my obliques. You can really see when I engage if you watch me here. Okay? The reason I'm able to stay nice and buoyant and continue leaning through my ribs and not collapse right away is because my lower support is what is starting the sound, not my ribs. Okay? So that's really important distinction there. Let me just make sure that I didn't forget any other pitfalls here. Okay, so I see Leah Lisa's hand. Did you want to coach on this?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I wrote it down because it's taken me a long time to actually figure out how to put this into words. So
Okay.
I'm really happy for the technology that allowed me to have this meeting with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great era. So I release and breathe in, and I get the expansion. I release and the air comes in. And I get this expansion all around as the air just moves where it wants to go.
Right.
And then when I do my exhale, my phonation, I hiss, I lean into the container, which then maintains the state of expansion. And the in-breath is another release that's going to be followed by another expansion. So you're not going to keep expanding and pop like a balloon. So my question is, where do I tune in? What am I feeling for that I'm missing right now? Because it's working, I'm doing it, but somewhere there's a loss of the contraction that needs to happen to allow the expansion.
Okay, so if you're being super efficient with your air because you're in your appoggio, your diaphragm is staying low and moving slow, you sing through a phrase, and if it's a short phrase, you haven't used a whole lot of air, and you haven't, come in that much because you haven't sang a lot, you know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna, you're already still in your expansion. So it's just gonna feel more like a release than an actual expansion because you're still kind of there because it was like a short-ish phrase. So difference being, if I'm here and I sing a short phrase, happy birthday, I have a lot of air left. I'm talking to you, I'm still in my contraction. Like not a whole lot has happened because I'm being super efficient, okay? Versus, so when you let the breath come in, you're just kind of releasing, and whatever air comes in fills up that short amount of 20% maybe that you use singing happy birthday, but it's not gonna feel like much of an expansion because you're still expanded, kind of. Does that make sense?
Somebody wrote they couldn't hear me. Is this better? Is this better? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just somewhere you can't keep expanding and expanding and expanding.
No, because
you need to micro understand where the decrease in container size has to happen, so we
Right.
can just turn into a balloon.
Right. So it doesn't have to happen. It will just naturally happen if you're not muscling out. If you're flowing through your appoggio, you will be flowing through, and once you're about 60-70% of the way through your air for a given phrase, it will just start to happen. If you don't let that happen, now you're in the muscling and it's not going to feel good, okay? But that's for a medium to a long phrase. If you're in a fairly short phrase, that you're not going to get through 60-70% of your air. You're only going to get to 20%, you know what I'm saying? So that feeling of just natural, gentle folding in gradually, you're not going to get to that. So when you have a short little phrase, You're just going to release. You might expand a little more, you might not. If you had folded in a little bit, you might find a little more expansion, but you're going to get the air that you need. And it's just going to feel like a release. It's not going to feel like any more of an expansion because you're already kind of there because you didn't really go anywhere because it was a short phrase. That makes sense?
I'm I'm not going to be a people pleaser and say, "Oh yeah." So
Tell me the
I will take
confusion.
it and chew on it. As you know, the body awareness has been my biggest journey, and it takes more layers. I'm a lot, I'm a lot further than I was when I was with you, but it's continuing to evolve, and I think I have to go into a place of trusting that even though I don't feel it, it's happening because I'm not getting tired. I'm performing well.
Well, that was going to be my next thing, which is I think that you might just kind of be getting in the weeds of this. Like your scientific brain is, you know what I'm saying, a little bit on like overdrive of like micro tracking understanding, as opposed to like, I think I think your body is doing it right and you're kind of looking for a problem that isn't actually there. So you can take that.
It's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You are welcome. Okay. So let's see. You guys, it's 1:30. So we've been here for 90 minutes. Let's take a little 5-minute bio break. If you have to go to the bathroom, if you want to get something to drink or whatever. And we're going to come back in here at 36 after the hour. We'll be right back, but I want to make sure that you guys are taking care of yourself, and because I know we're in here for the long haul. So let's take like a 5-minute bio break, and we'll jump back in 5 minutes at 36 after the hour. Okay, guys, we're back. Did you go grab a little snack? Take care of bathroom duty? Okay. So we're coming to the point now where we want to start putting this together. But there's one thing that we really, really need to understand, which I was alluding to a minute ago, but which I want to be very clear about here, because now we're going to put vibration on what we're doing. So we've been hissing and feeling the inhale and the appoggio, the release of the body to receive the air, and then the flex of the support to keep the diaphragm low and moving slow to support the movement of air. And we've just been doing it on a hiss. But now, if we're going to put some vibration on it, and we're going to do some lip trills, this brings me to concept number 7, which I really want you to understand, which is support before you phonate. This is game changing, okay? This is what I was alluding to and talking about a minute ago when I was talking about if we don't engage this, then this is going to collapse and try to be the thing that starts the sound. And now we've collapsed this, and now our container is a mess, and we're not in the appoggio that we need to support the diaphragm, okay? So when we talk about supporting before you phonate, I'm going to do it, and I want you to watch my physiology, and I want you to see when you see me engage versus when you hear the sound, okay? And Natalia, I completely appreciate the overwhelm. This is a lot of information, which is why you get to coach with me on this. And you're VIP, so we have studio class next week. We have a one-on-one, you're in it to win it, okay? But you guys, it is a lot of information, but as we move through it, you're gonna start to see how this all plays together, okay? So watch my physiology to see when I engage my flex versus when you hear the sound. And you will see this go first, okay? You see I inhale, flex, it's really obvious right now. I'm flexing like a quarter note before I sing. And here's why this is important. Because if we don't do that, and we start to sing our way into our support, right? So what I was doing is I was supporting my way into my sing. I was supporting before I phonate the first onset of sound. If I do it the other way and try to sing my way into my support, I've started singing before I'm supported, and now my body is like, uh-oh, and now other parts of the body are going to try to come in and compensate for that support in that moment before I phonate. Namely, a lot of you, neck and throat, jaw. So if I don't support before I phonate, now I'm trying to create and support the sound from here. And it's just a compensation because the part of the body that should be initiating sound didn't do it, okay? Or what can happen is you start to sing and now your body's like, oh shit, pardon me, I better support. And then you rush it and we get a big old whack and a flood of everything going the wrong way because now you're in fight or flight because you're singing but you're not supported, and now you're trying to sing your way into your support and it's going to go the wrong direction to try to play catch up, okay? So that's why this concept number 7, if you're following along in your masterclass workbook, is so important. Support before you phonate, because if you think about things that support things, they're there for you, right? They show up. They're there for you. So this has to show up and be there for you before you go into your sound so that your body is already doing the right action to create efficiency. This is key. This is game changing. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do an exercise. We're going to go from a hiss to a lip trill. And that's just going to be a 1-note lip trill. So we're going to go, sorry, you guys, I have these Invisalign and I can't do a lip trill when I have it in. Okay. So we're going to do a hiss and then a lip trill back to back. And I want you to practice supporting before the hiss and supporting before you phonate. And so again, be very obvious about it. You can put hands here and here if you want. I'm gonna not do that so you can see what my body's doing, and you're gonna hiss and support early. Now, when you support, either before the hiss or before you do the lip trill, you're not just flexing and then holding it. No. Remember what we talked about. We're moving through the flex. So you start your flex and then you move through and you hiss. You start the flex and you continue to move through and you do the lip trill. Okay, so let's do a few of these, and we're gonna do them. We're gonna start here. So this is gonna be your first lip trill pitch. We're gonna do a 2-beat hiss and then a 2-beat lip trill back to back, and then we're gonna move to the next key. Okay, so everybody hiss. Now, if going at that speed feels like, oh my gosh, Arden, I can't do my lean before because we're going up, then okay, meet your body where it is and slow it down in your practice. So maybe you want to go this speed. That's totally fine. Go at the speed that your body needs to engage the things that we're asking it to do, okay? And so we're gonna do that, but here's the thing. If you recognize that you going up a couple keys and you're like, oh my gosh, I've lost my lip trill, I'm right? Or, oh, all of a sudden I feel everything collapsing, right? Like, don't keep going. Pause, find your coordination again, okay? So who of our VIPs have we not had? Let's have some VIP come up and do some of this. How about, is Maria still here? We haven't heard from Maria. Or William, is William here? Let's see, Maria, William, Bren, who's ready? Who's ready? It's up to you guys, it's your time. Otherwise, Natalia can do it, Lisa can do it, Jacqueline can do it, anybody, or Jocelyn can do it. Who wants in? Maria? Okay, you're ready, go ahead. We'll have Maria and then we'll check in with Natalia. Okay.
So what I'm hearing you say, Arden, is that we have to have the support in place before we start phonating. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I can't do lip trills. I have a hard time with them.
You and probably 50 other people in here.
Okay.
So first of all, support Maria, who has a hard time doing lip trill. Let me see, because I want to know how many other people I'm coaching right now as I coach her. Oh, come on, you guys. Somebody else should that. Yeah, Miguel says he can hardly do it. So you're not alone. Okay. I am hearing your voice in echo.
I have the original sound for musicians on.
Do me a favor and turn it off for a second.
Okay. It's off.
Okay. So let's start here. Let's see if it's affecting the lip trill, and we'll because sometimes that can happen. Everybody's device is a little different with the original sound. Okay, so go ahead and stand up. Okay. And take a step back so I can see your face too. Okay, cool. So let's just do a hiss. Let's see how you're doing with the hiss. So just flow through a hiss. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't see you super collapsing. I see you kind of expanding nicely and moving through. Do you feel like you understand that coordination on a hiss?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now, if I just said to you, put your hands on you, okay? Wrap around, yep, under your brow line. get around your back as much as you can so you can feel your lat. Yeah, so I prefer you not be in front. I really want you to try to feel as much of your back body as you can. It's a little awkward, but that's okay. And yeah, and then relax your shoulder as much as you can. There you go. Another hand here. Okay, so I want you to really do the hips again, but I want you to really pay attention to what you're actually doing, because it's right. And I want you to just create a little more of what you're doing. Just go for it. Go all in on it. Just even a little bit more. Okay, do it again. Good. Right, so did you guys see how when she breathes in, she releases, and then when she goes to engage, it kind of sets. Like you can see that actually happening, okay? So now, I want you to do a longer hiss, like let's do maybe 4 beats or 5 beats or something. And let's see what happens as you do a longer hiss. Okay, so do you feel how it kind of wants to come in pretty quickly? It's not egregious, okay? Like I'm not seeing, okay? But I am seeing, like that's way too soon because it's still gonna affect the diaphragm and the amount of air, okay? So let's do it again. Stand up, okay? And this time, like legit, yeah, try to feel, I really want you to feel as much of your back as you can. Yeah, I know it's awkward, I do. So now.
I had surgery, so I can't really get that
far. Could you go the other way?
It's just,
okay. So not. Maybe try doing it like this. Just make sure, can you relax your shoulder as much as you can?
I can feel like the back body this way, how's that?
Yeah, that's good, exactly. Okay, yeah. The reason I don't love this usually is because it tends to get people up in their shoulders. So just as long as you can really try to relax your shoulder as much as you can, because I do want you to feel your ribs and your back and your side there, okay? Okay, so let's do it one more time. And this time I want you to like visualize that bra that's one size too big, okay? Do not let it fall down. Do not. Move into your hand as much as you can. Right, all directions, 3-dimensionally. There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Yes! Do you notice how much air you have left?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, because you're being super efficient with it. You're just, this is Appoggio. You were here. Before, this was sabotaging this a little bit. You were doing it right down here, but this same thing that was happening to Jocelyn before. So this, in really being intentional about that, you're keeping your diaphragm low and moving slow, and you're only moving a very narrow, steady, focused stream of air, which is all we ever need to phonate. So my guess is the reason that you haven't been able to do lip trills is because you're not using your body that way when you lip trill. So let's try it. Come back. And as much as, yeah, you can monitor. Yeah, keep the other one down here. Okay, so now back up a little bit just because I want to see your face. Okay, so let's just do a few short lip trills on whatever pitch you want. You don't have to choose my pitch. Just do a few short ones. Right. Okay, so you can do a lip trill. You just did a lip trill. But what did you notice about that? Even just doing it short.
So can I try it again so I can?
Yeah, of course.
Hold on.
Yeah, don't overthink it. So hold on, Maria. Don't focus on your lips.
Okay.
You guys, the lip trill is not created up here. It's not. Okay? It's created down here with what you're doing down here. Your lips, the reason I love lip trills for coaching support is because it is an immediate tell as to what's happening to your airstream, because the vibration of your lips is approximating the vibration of your vocal cords. So when this doesn't work or gets interrupted or something happens, 9 times out of 10, it's just telling you somehow the stream either got interrupted or was too much or was too little, and so on. So don't focus on here, guys. This is your gas pedal. Watch me. You can see me. Flex, flex, flex. Now I'm not letting the bra fall down. Try it. Right. Now, what? What's the story your brain is telling you right now?
Well, as other people echoed, it's hard. It feels hard. Um, in the beginning, when we just did the little shushes, it felt like we were doing nothing, and now this feels like it's work, more work. Is that right?
Well, it is more of an engagement than what you were doing on a shush, but it's the same engagement. It's just where it was maybe a 3 before, and now it's a 5. You know what I'm saying? Now, making sure that your throat stays open when you stop the lip trill. Because I saw a little, and I just want to make sure we nip this in the bud, that we're not getting
Right.
so that's closing to stop. Remember, we talked about the off is just as important as the on.
Right.
Right? So when we stop phonating, this channel stays open, and why we stop phonating is because we've stopped leaning. Okay. This is your gas pedal, guys, always. This is just an open channel, okay? Okay, so now, hold on, let me make sure I didn't forget anything that I want to tell you here. I'm going to check my notes. Okay, so the thing that you were doing well, which I want to point out because it's really important for every single one of you, is do not change how you use your body between the hiss and the lip trill. It is the same coordination. It is the same activation, okay? You might just, feel like Maria's feeling, it might just feel like a little bit more. I don't really feel it as a little bit more. I kind of tend to feel them the same, but everybody's body is a little different, you know what I mean? Also, you might be holding back a little on the hiss, maybe, So as we go into putting a vibration on these things, because now we're gonna do a 1-5-1 lip trill, right? And your body's gonna wanna go and your brain is gonna wanna go, oh, we're changing pitches, I gotta do something different, I gotta do something to change the pitch. No, you don't. No, you don't, okay? Like this coordination, you guys, is the same no matter what. If you're hissing, if you're lip trilling, if you're changing pitches, okay? So what we're gonna do now, and thank you, Maria, that was great, is we're going to bring back that idea of appoggio, of that idea of the consistent, gradual, gentle lean that doesn't stop like I was talking about. And we're going to do a 1-5-1 lip trill like I just demonstrated. Okay? And your job is to lean through and flex down and through your support, your container, over the course of the lip trill. And this is concept number 8 for today, which is do not change support when you change pitch. Do not change support when you change pitch. What that means is your body's gonna support the first note, and then your brain is gonna go, oh, something's changing. The note is changing. I better do something. And then you're gonna do something down here, and you're gonna interrupt that consistency of your flex and your flow into your lean, and then it's not gonna be as easy to move up and down the lip trill, okay? So my guess is also those of you who have trouble doing lip trills, it's because as you move through notes, you're interrupting and changing your flex and your support. So your diaphragm's all over the place, which means that the flow of air is all over the place, and then the lips can't trill consistently, okay? So do not change support when you change pitch, ever. This is not just for lip trills. We're doing it on lip trills right now because your lips will tell you immediately if you've changed your support, because the lips will mess up or stop moving or whatever, okay? But you guys, it's the consistency of support that matters. What we're teaching you now is consistency of support over a duration on a vibration, even if the pitches change, okay? So when you think about things that are stable, that are consistent, right? They don't change, right? Like the legs of a table, they support the table, right? If the legs of the table were going like this, that everything would fall off the table. That's not supportive, right? Ladies, your bra supports your girls, right? So that they're not like moving, right? So this is that consistency of one direction that doesn't stop, that's always flexing and flowing through. That consistency here is what creates consistency here. And so what we're doing is we're creating like a steady current of air. If you think of it like a current, or you can think of it like if you think about surfing, for those of you who surf, right? If you catch a steady wave, that wave is going to take you all the way to the beach. If you catch a jerky wave, it's going to jerk you off your board, and you're not going to make it to the beach. So in doing what Maria was just doing, is creating that steady wave, metaphorically speaking, that steady stream of air that's not too much, not too little, and doesn't stop or start. That's the steady wave that's going to take you to the beach. So it's like you're surfing on that wave that you're creating. And if that wave is super steady, you could be doing flip-flops on your board and you will still make it to the beach. In this analogy, you could be all the way up and down your range. You could be changing registers. You could be changing words. You could be singing in different languages. None of that matters. That's flip-flops on your board. If you are in that steady wave that you have created, you can do that and you will still make it to the beach, okay? So as we're doing lip trills, 151, they are like this. Okay, so I want us to all do a bunch of them together, and I want you to remember a couple of things. Remember, there's an order of operations that's pretty straightforward. When you stick to it, things tend to hook in a better coordination. So each time before we do a new lip trill, we're going to release into that life breath. We're going to release the belly, we're going to release the ribs, release the throat. Everything in the body opens and releases, air comes in. These are short. It's not a long phrase. You don't need a lot of air if you're using your air efficiently and your flex, okay? So your first order of operations is release into that life breath. Then you are going to engage. Then you are going to lip trill. And that engagement into that container, it doesn't stop just because now you've got the onset of sound. You have to continue flexing and flowing through that flex. You can see as I make my body do it. My muscles flex down and through. You just got to keep doing that until you get to the end of the lip trill. Then you're in the cycle again. Release, the air comes in, you receive it, you engage your flex, then you phonate for the next one, okay? So I'm gonna lead you in a few. Here we go. Now I want to pause for a second, since you've done a few, and I want you guys to just notice a few little pitfalls, okay? First one being, if you notice you're trying to start with your lips, and you're all focused up here, kind of like what I was saying to Melissa, then brain is missing the point of where to direct body, okay? So lips are supple, nice and supple and soft, and the lip trill gets started down here. So you can imagine a bunch of little lip trills floating around in the basin of your pelvis, in the basin of your lower body. They're just floating around, and your job is to tap one when you engage the support and just flow through and let it flow up and out. You can visualize the activity is here, not here, okay? And if you are having trouble, a lot of times it's because singers are trying to explode too much, almost like they're feeling like a P, right? And when you think P, it kind of explodes and you end up sabotaging this good container because you're trying to explode P out and it moves too much air and then you can't get your lips to vibrate, okay? So instead, I want you to think of using a B, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, and the B just comes in and goes down into that pool of vibrations like we were talking about, okay? It does not take a lot of air to do a lip trill. Most of you who have trouble with lip trills is because you're trying to, and you can't, it's too much. It's a flag in a hurricane, okay? We don't get a vibration. So the thing is if you do that on a lip trill, you're probably doing it in your singing too without realizing it. And so this is training your body to move tone instead of air. More tone, less air. Okay? So let's pick up. We were on the C. 151. And I'll stand up so you can watch my coordination. You'll see me release, receive, engage, then phonate. Okay, we're going to keep going, but I would love to know, of the VIPs, who wants to coach some lip trills? Who wants some support on lip trills? Let me see. Okay, Natalia, let's do it. Celebrating you for volunteering.
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, go ahead, stand up.
Okay. Can you?
Okay.
Like this?
Yeah, I just want to see your face. Can you just tilt the screen just a hair? Great.
No. Yeah. Now my camera is like. Oh.
Perfect. Okay.
Like this?
Yep.
Great.
So let's start on the C. Okay. Okay, no, but what you're feeling, right. So what you're feeling is you want to support this note and you support this note, but I lose you in between. And so in that moment, it's like if it were a hiss, it would be instead of okay? So support is doing this. Like it's on and off. And so this is textbook. I'm so glad that this happened because this happens to so many of you guys, right? So without realizing it, she's changing her support when she changes pitch. And that's why it doesn't feel as consistent. So, Natalia, I want you to be as slurpy and slidey. I want to hear all the semitones in between these pitches. You hear how gooey it is? Can you play with that in your own body? Very good. Do it again. Good. Your job is just to be as gooey as you can be. And you guys, you know, an easy way to help that is instead of thinking about this as 3 different pitches, 1 pitch, 2 pitch, 3 pitch, just think of it as one thing, okay? Okay, no, that's okay. So here's what happened. You supported and you were consistent on the way up, and then on the way down, you let go. And body went, oh, I'm going down. It's easier. I don't need to support as much. I'll let go and I'll fall down. And that's exactly what happened. You let go and the pitch fell down, but it got airier and it was less stable. Okay, so again, you guys, do not change support when you change pitch, when you change directions. It doesn't matter that you're going up, that you're going down. The support needs to gently and continually and gradually increase no matter what. So try it again and be very present to the fact that down is not down.
The funny thing is, I think I'm not changing anything. Like, it feels like I'm not changing anything, but somehow it's still changing. Or
no, but I get what you're saying. I do. And you're right. It feels like you're not changing anything because you're not. You need to continue the increase. It's like you're increasing on the way up because body's like, oh, I'm going up. I need help to go up, so I'm going to do that on the way up. And then you get to the top, and you're right. It doesn't continue. So something is changing. You're not collapsing. You're just stopping. You're not continuing what you were flowing through that flex. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, yes.
So let's do that. Yeah, let's do it again. And we're losing the slide on the way up, as gooey as you can make it. Slide all the way through. On the way down, I want you to align with what would feel like a cry, like how a dog cries. A dog doesn't cry. You know what I mean? So, because you're just not going far enough. And part of this has to do with gravity, believe it or not, and the direction of pitch. Because we exist in gravity, we exist in physical space. Pitch does not exist in physical space. Up is not here, down is not here. It's all here, okay? But because we exist in physical space, we assign pitch physical space. We feel high notes are here, low notes are down there. They are not. But because that's how we conceive of them, Natalia is very good at flowing through and increasing her support on the way up, and then her body goes, oh, I'm going down, I don't need as much, and so you just kind of don't continue on with what you were doing, right? But again, it doesn't matter that we're going down. It needs the same thing, so continue moving through, don't stop that. So that gooey slide, no. My ability to continue to slide and not fall down is created by me continuing to support my diaphragm by moving my flex and my flow down and out. Try it. Yeah, do it again. And I want you to direct the energy. Don't just stop where your hands are. So now let's talk about pelvic floor for a second. Okay, you guys? So pelvic floor is the bottom of the container. So the top of the container is up here, like we were talking about. Middle of the container is ribs. Pelvic floor is the bottom of the container, and that's between your legs. It's the muscles between the in the front and the in the back. Okay, women and men both have them. Okay, can you bear down on your pelvic floor gently, like you're pooping? You know that sensation if you're like giving birth or pooping, right? It's not something we can see on the outside. It's just something you can feel on the inside. We can also draw our pelvic floor up in the opposite direction. We can draw it up towards our belly button like we're trying not to pee, right? So we can move it in either direction. What we want for singing is we want the down, the gentle pressing and bearing down, because it helps engage these muscles and it helps keep the diaphragm low. So if you put your hands here, and you gently bear down on your pelvic floor like you're pooping, what do you feel under your hands? Natalia, if you put your hands here and you gently bear down and like you're trying to move something out, like you're pooping or giving birth, do you feel those muscles under your hands engage?
Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, what direction do they engage? Do they engage in or do they engage out? Right, right. So gently bearing down and including pelvic floor in this sensation will help you to ground more stability in your flex and your flow. So I want you to think down. It's almost like an elevator. Like this is an elevator shaft that's going like this over the course of the whole phrase. Doesn't matter that the pitch is going up or going down. Your elevator is moving this way. You try that? Good. So I can tell your habit is to want to pull up and in as you go up in pitch. And your body is fighting you now because you're telling it, no, go the other way. And it's like, I don't know.
Okay, and there is actually a reason for that, because my first vocal coach, when I had, I guess it kind of stuck with me, and I don't do it. He says that when we get to the high notes, like we're talking really high notes, like,
Yeah.
So he said that sometimes when you actually, I want to say, squeeze your rectum, it helps you it pushes you up. So, I mean, it kind of, I guess, stuck, and I'm doing this involuntarily because that's what it feels like when it's just everything wants to go up.
I know.
Up,
but like if
up.
you were to squeeze your butt, what happens? Do that. You guys try that. Everybody try that. Like if I'm squeezing my butt,
Yeah.
I can't, everything else, and it's just not Anybody who knows physiology and physics of sound in the body knows that that is not right. And my guess is that the reason people teach that, my guess is because they weren't in great support before the high note, and now all of a sudden their body goes, oh crap, and then whoosh to try to push yourself up. And it's not sustainable. It's just not. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to put hands back, okay? And I want you to connect to your pelvic floor. And I want you to siren on a lip trill as high as you can go in your range. And the only thing I want you to be thinking about is that the high notes are not going up here. The high notes, you're gonna send them out between your legs. Like just siren, don't have to go as high as I go, but you know, try it. Better. Yes. What do you notice about that?
It's actually easy to do.
Yes.
And I don't have to do anything here.
Right. Right. Because you guys, when the parts of the body are supporting you that should be supporting you, all of this can stay open. Okay? Okay, so if we go back, this is not nearly as high as you just were, but the same ideas apply. Down. And really luxuriate in that feeling of flex. Don't rush it. Like, enjoy it, you know? So what did you notice?
Something happened here.
Right, so it was just the old habit. You were in on the way up and it was good, and you let go on the way down, okay? So again, watch this. This in the center does nothing for you. Be around it, be below it, be above it. So maybe try really low, right here. Yes, okay, let's do another one. That was better on the way down. Okay, so right, the reason that one didn't feel as good is because it was 3 flexes. And then you kind of hit neutral for a second. Right? It's okay. No, this is so common. When I tell you, this is exactly part of the learning process. Okay, I can see Jennifer going like, yep, she knows. So keep one hand on your lower body where it is, and take your other hand, and I want you, Natalia, I want you to take your other hand, and I want you to direct what you want your muscles of support to flex and do. Okay? Yes, yes. You don't have to hold, I feel like you're being a little bit timid to move through those muscles. Don't be timid. Move through those muscles. Try it. Okay, so your hand is telling me what your body is doing, which is brilliant. And this is exactly what's happening. So if you notice, your hand does not move, but you've already started phonating. So we're here. And that's what your body does. It kind of gives a little support, it holds onto it, and then as you go up, it pushes it down too fast. If you are phonating, you are automatically moving lower and down into your support. Try it. Okay, let's do it again, and let's not hang out on the first pitch. So again, you guys, there's no arrival here. We're not arriving and hanging out, then arriving and hanging out. Okay, moving through. Get under that first slide. And how I'm doing that is I'm immediately gently sliding into my support. Try it.
I'm stuck.
You're okay. You're okay. Let's think of this not as singing.
Okay. No,
I want you to think of this as sirening, vibrating, moving sound. Go. Don't be precious with it. Yes. Just go. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Uh-uh.
There you go. Yes. Move. Yeah, that one a little bit wanted to kick up and in on the higher note. Did you feel that? Yeah, let's do that again. And your job is to be as gooey and slidey as possible. It's one bow. Like if you were a violinist, body wants to go, I can't even do it that way. No three bows. One bow, which is the same analogy as one elevator all the way down. Try it. No singing. Yes, that's better. Do it one more time. No singing allowed. Just vibrating, just sirening. Okay, that was it. What did that feel like in your body?
Like control.
Mm-hmm.
Like control, that it's not like I don't know what's gonna happen the next moment. I don't.
Right, you felt stability and trust. Yeah. And you guys, like, you know how I said at the beginning, the technique is one piece. It's an important piece, but it's just one piece. I had to shift her mindset. I had to tell her no singing aloud. I had to tell her just siren, just vibrate. And then her body was like, oh, I can relax. I can do that. And when she did that, everything hooked in because she wasn't trying to micromanage to sound good or to make it right or to be perfect, as we all want to, you know? So we're not going to get into the mindset. That's a whole nother ball of wax, as some of you know. But just to understand that, like, this is how these things play together. You understood intellectually what I was asking you to do completely. But your body didn't want to do it in that moment until we gave it permission to just phonate instead of needing to sing and sound good, you know? Okay, well done, well done, well done. Okay, let's see. So now what we're gonna do, you guys, we were on a progression from a hiss to a one-note lip trill to a 1-5-1 lip trill, right? We did the hiss, then we did, and your body does not change what it's doing. It does the exact same coordination for all three of those things. So now we're gonna add a syllable, but we're not gonna change how you're using your body. So what we're gonna do, and I can put my Invisalign back in, haha. Don't you guys love when you're an adult and you like get braces? Although thank God for Invisalign. Okay, so we're going to move pitch on a syllable now instead of a lip trill, and we call that a siren. Okay, so a siren is ya. It's a siren. Okay, you can do it on any syllable. You can do it on yee. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's just moving through pitches on a single vowel, right? But we do not change the port just because now we're on a syllable, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a hiss to a lip trill to a siren. Oh, I have to take it out again because we're gonna do a lip trill. So you're gonna set your body up on the hiss. Yeah. Okay? No arrival points. Same thing as I just said to Maria. It's not yeah, because your body's gonna want to go, right? Can't think of it that way. We got to train the brain to not change your support just because you're changing pitch. So a siren is really good for that because we are moving through all the semitones. Yeah, without any arrival points, okay? Like I said to Maria, it's not 3 things. It's not this thing, and this thing. It's one thing. Yeah. And my body does the same thing. Yeah. Okay? So we're going to do a few of these. Who would like to coach with the siren? Who's a VIP who I have not heard from yet? I saw Bryn come in. I don't know, Bryn, how your voice is feeling. I know Bryn was sick. But you can let me know if you want to coach this. Or who else have we not heard from? If Leiliza wants to coach this, if Jacqueline wants to coach this. Okay, I see Leiliza's hand. Right on. Go ahead and unmute. Okay. And you might need to turn the gain up on your mic.
How's this?
That's good, if you stand close to it.
Yeah, it just, every day's different.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's just do one progression. So hiss for a couple beats. We'll do it on the C. Single note, let's do a little higher. So single note lip trill for a couple beats. 1-5-1 lip trill. And then 1-5-1 yeah siren. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. We skipped the 1-5-1 siren, but it was okay because the yaw worked. Okay, but can I see you do the 1-5-1 siren?
The 1-5-1 siren or the 1-5-1 trill?
Sorry, lip trill. Yeah, but you feel them want to poop out at the end, right? Mm-hmm. So this is where I remind her not to be done before she's done. So what does that mean? It means she's coming to the end and brain's like, oh, I made it, I'm good. And then you don't continue and you've just let up just enough. And then the air is not the same velocity and volume, and then the lips stop chilling in the same manner, okay? So let's do it again. Hiss first. We can skip the single note siren. So let's do hiss, 1-5-1 siren. I'm sorry, 1-5-1 lip trill, and then 1-5-1 siren. Better. Good. Okay. So I'm going to give her this piece, and this is a good thing for you guys also to just kind of know and check in on. Where is your tongue when you lip trill? Where do you feel it? Do you feel it? Do you feel the sides of your tongue kind of grazing your top molars? Do you feel the tongue touching your soft palate, hard palate? Do you feel it not touching anything? What do you feel?
Well, I usually put a lot of awareness into where my tongue is, but I just took, speaking of adult braces, I just took the retainer out, so I had a moment of readjustment to do. So I might not have had all my awareness in that, other than that, oh, I just took my retainer out and I'm going to do this on camera.
Yeah. Well, so just... Where's your tongue?
Pinky tongue is where I've achieved a lot of relaxation in that the lower part of the mouth.
So what shape is it in though? Is it
flat?
Okay. I want you to do it again. And this time I want you to put your tongue in a E position. E, where like the sides of the tongue are the tongue is a little more arched and the sides of the tongue are kind of grazing the top molars. E. Okay? So tongue is in E position. Yeah, so that to me is a bit more of an open resonance. Tongue was still a little bit wanting to pull down the back of your throat on the lip trill, and it was just approaching. It wasn't awful, but it was approaching a bit of the Kermit the Froggy sound that we get when the tongue wants to engage Kermit the Frog here. Okay, so instead of let's do it again. Go up a half step. Do hiss to lip trill to siren. Right. So hold on, when you do that, I really want you to connect to your back on the inhale and on the hiss.
So this gets to the question that I asked earlier, which is when I relax to inhale after I've done a phrase and I relax to inhale, where I feel the relaxation is much more in here and less in the back, unless I put some of that, just a little tiny bit of a take a breath in and remind my back to get involved. It's like no, I'm not fully hooked in to the back movement when I do the relaxation. She doesn't get that she's part of it.
That's okay, fair enough. So let's focus. Let me come in a different doorway, okay? And I want you to focus on side ribs, kind of feeling a little bit of that hinge. And front ribs, kind of feeling a little bit of that, hinge of that release when the air comes in and giving you a little bit of, it's not a super long phrase. Yes. Do you feel what you just did? Like there was a little bit more movement and like independent flexion kind of going on. Okay. When you do that here, your back can't help but go with it. So don't worry about the back. Kind of, focus intention on this. So I'm focusing here and then I engage right down. Okay. Good. Now same thing before the siren. Did you feel how much more open that siren was as you went up? It sounded way more open here because there was just less holding and doing, and there was just more of that gracious release and then leaning into it. What did you notice about any of that?
That was like what I came for because this question about this connecting to my back, everything works when I don't think about it. When I think about it and think that, well, that's a whole other layer that I, would be amazing to get into. And I think then when I tune into my back, I'm sabotaging my full efficiency. So I needed another approach that was going to take the back along, even though my awareness, the back was still, like I said, sleeping through this a little bit.
Right. But it was able to come to the party once we just it got shy. We didn't focus on it. And when we focused, and it was able to come online for you. You guys, this is the beauty, right? Which is that when you have eyes and ears on you, right? Like some of you might be sitting here watching and being like, oh my God, no, I totally get that now. Oh my God, that was so helpful. Like just because she asked this question of something that she probably thought she was the only one thinking of, but maybe it helped some of you. But also, that doesn't mean that some of you, like when I was working with, who was I? It was with Natalia, I think. Or no. It was with wait, I'm going back. Who was I, where we were talking about, I think it was Jacqueline, where that feeling when she was like this and she could really connect to her back, it helped her release like everything else. So again, you guys, it's like there's different doorways into the same thing. Like we literally got to Rome one way with her and one way with Leiliza. And that's why it's so important to just kind of check in and try these different things in your own body to like see what works. I don't want you guys to see me coaching with all of this and thinking, oh my God, I have to do every single one of these. A lot of these are just another avenue to get to the exact same place. And so you have to test it and find what works best for you. Okay, cool. Thank you, Leiliza.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so don't change support when you change pitch. She did a really good job of being stable down here, but her tongue was getting a little involved and it was lopping off. Remember, we talked about that being that open channel, right? And that was getting in the way. So she thought it was kind of something going on with her support. First, we had to get that out of the way. And then when we gave her a different idea of thinking about it, now everything could coordinate and work much better. Okay, so now we are going to add multiple syllables, okay? And this is the thing. you guys. This is where most high-level singers get tripped up, and they don't understand why, and they don't understand even that they are being tripped up. They just know that it's not as easy as it was, you know, when they were doing XYZ. And it is because, see, your mind, when we put syllables on it, your mind is going to try to convince your body, oh, now we're singing. We got to make it sound good. This is exactly what was happening a minute ago with Natalia, okay? Where I said, just vibrate, just phonate, right? Because in that moment, even on the lip trill, she was thinking sing. She was thinking it's got to sound good. And for a lot of you, if you were able to do a good lip trill, it can come in now that we're putting syllables on it, because that's a lot closer to singing than it is just vibrating on a lip trill or sirening, right? And so now your body's gonna like, oh my God, I gotta make it sound good. And all the things that you think you need to do and all the habits and all the ways that you don't wanna fail or sound bad are gonna come rushing back in, because now we're on syllables. Now we're singing. And all the habits of make and force and do and manipulate that you thought you needed to do to actually get a good sound have actually been sabotaging the consistency of your support. And that's been happening in the past. They're all going to try to come back. If now it's like, oh, we're on syllables, ma, mo, moo, or whatever, and I got to sing. So as we introduce syllables, we are not singing right now. We are not. We are just vibrating on pitch, okay? So we're going to add to our progression a single ma, mo, moo scale, which sounds like ma, mo, moo. Simple, straightforward, okay? And I need you to get in the present moment of your body, and I need you to direct yourself to use your body in the exact same way that you did when you lip trilled and when you sirened. So Leliza did a great job of that. She used her body the exact same way when she hissed as when she lip trilled as when she sirened, and everything came out much more easily when she did that, okay? So we're gonna use the progression from hiss to lip trill to siren to scale to set up how you need to use your body. So we're gonna practice the lean of the Appoggio on a hiss. Then we're going to practice it on a lip trill. Then we're going to practice using the body in the exact same way on a siren. Yeah. And then we're going to do it the exact same way in that lean on the mamo moo. Mamo moo. Now, here's the pitfalls that tend to happen. Your body's going to hear lots of changing notes. And your body's going to want to change your support to make each individual note. And so you have to be very careful to watch out for this. Ma, mo, moo. That was a little bit what was happening to Natalia. Okay? So again, we are creating a current that is steady. What's happening up here with the ah, the o, the oo, that does not change at all what is happening in this container of lean that's creating that current, okay? So as I do mamo boo, you'll see my body does the exact same thing as it did on the lip trill. So here's my body on the lip trill. Wait, am I doing the right key? I was doing it on C. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Mamo moo. You notice how my body does the exact same thing, and what that thing is what all of you are starting to learn, which is that gentle flex and flow through the muscles of support and the container of the Appoggio. Mamo moo. What I'm not doing is thinking of this as 5 notes. If I think of it as 5 notes, my body will do 5 things. Mamo moo, and then I get H's. Ha 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 ha. If you hear H's, that's your body on and off of your support on every single note. And when you pull off, a little like puff of air comes out and you get an H. Ma ha ha. Okay? So, number 1, watch for H's, okay? We want to create the gentle and consistent lean, which is what will get rid of the H's. Don't forget to release the lean and when you inhale for the next one, okay? And let's try some of these. So who has yet to be, who has yet to coach some of this stuff? Who's a VIP? Bryn, hello, come on in. And then Jacqueline can go too. Hi, how are you feeling?
Hi, getting better.
Good, good. Okay, so let's coach hiss to 151 lip trill to siren to mamamoo. So again, that sounds like okay, and if you forget what's next, I'll remind you.
Okay. And quick question on, we take a breath in between each one.
Yep.
And then does the flex feel like the gentle engagement all over?
When you phonate, yes.
Got it.
So it's
Okay.
that gentle feeling. So you release on the inhale, create that beautiful space, and then flex into it. I just did it as I'm talking to you. Okay, let's try it. Let's just do let's break it down a little smaller. Let's do just hiss to lip trill. Okay. Okay, you don't have your original sound on. Do you know how to do that?
I said it last night here.
Yes, but you have to turn it on when you're in the meeting. Are you on a laptop?
Yes.
Okay, go up to the top of your Zoom meeting screen where it says recording, and right next to up on the top right hand where it says recording, you'll see original sound.
I see it. There it is.
Now you turned it on. Okay, good deal. So let's do it again. Okay. Now do 151. Now do 151. Okay, so not a scale, just a slide.
Sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. Do it again. Okay, so I want you to mind your ribs. Okay, so put your arm around the back, and yep, and I want you to do it again. And I want you to connect your awareness to what you feel under your hand. Okay, and I want you to follow your body, what you feel under your hand. I want you to follow your body through the phrase, and I want you to tell me when you lose your flex and flow, if it, like, whenever you feel like you notice that, either because it actively starts pushing in or you just kind of feel it kind of abdicate. Okay, so connect brain to body and see if you can tell me afterwards when you feel that happens.
Maybe on the upper, maybe I feel this go in.
Maybe.
When I went up.
Okay, so let's do it again. And I want you to just sit down and out into this container. And you can put the other hand on your lower oblique. Not in the center, on the side, on this oblique, right here. Yep, look, a little bit more in front. So it's like the curve of the muscle that goes right down here. Yep, there you go. Thank you. So do it on the hips. Yes, you do it really well on the hips. Do you feel that like active engagement that's gently like creating this like resistance? Do you feel that?
I do.
But that's not what's happening right now in the lip trill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're gonna, even though you're gonna lip trill, I want you to feel like you're making that hiss, that resistance into your hands. Okay, just single note. Okay, hold on. You started good. You started really good. And then about a beat or two in, stuff changed. I don't know if you could feel that under your hands or feel that in the rest of your vibration, but you were in your flex and flow, and then things just started to like hold instead of continue to flex and flow. So you guys, if you're on a single pitch, there is no such thing as holding the pitch. If you think holding the pitch, you're gonna hold in your body. As we were talking about, this is a flow through your flex. So even if the pitch isn't changing, as long as you're phonating, you're flowing through. You did it great at the beginning. Just keep doing it, even though the pitch doesn't change, okay? Yes.
Okay.
How does that feel different to you? Does it? Like, what do you notice?
It does. It does feel like a flow
Yep.
going down.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's exactly what we want. Okay. So now that flow does not change. That feeling of flowing down and out does not change just because now we're going to go up. It's exactly the same. Just do exactly what you did. Flow through.
Mhm.
But at the end, we're getting collapse. You feel that?
Perhaps. Yeah.
So let's do it again. And I think what happened is that you went too far, too fast, too soon with flowing through your flex. And you got to like 3/4 of the way, and then you're like, oh my God, I have no more that I can move through. Okay. So the engagement was fantastic. Just make sure you're graduating it so that you don't get to that maximum before you're done. Okay. Go up a half step. Yeah. Okay, it was way better all the way through. You got to the last note and you started holding it, and then things changed. Did you feel that?
I
That's okay if
felt
you
better.
didn't.
That's what I know. It felt better, but yeah.
The majority of
Not
it was
focusing.
so much better. But then we got to hold it. You held it probably longer than you needed to.
Okay.
And in that hold of the last note on the end, you'll see when you watch the recording, if you rewind it, you'll see things just kind of instead of that consistent resistance. Okay. So number one, you don't need to hold the last note. But if you do, if you're gonna hold it, only hold it if you have more that you can continue to flex through. Okay.
Brilliant.
And if you don't have more that you can continue to flex to, then next time, if you did have a long note like that, you need to graduate it more and not go too far, too fast, too soon, and then not have anything. Okay? Go up a half step. Yeah, that one you went on, you pulled back for a second, and then you re-engaged to go up. Let's just immediately just go into that flow. Yes, that's it. Good. Okay, that one wasn't quite the same. Right, but you're starting to feel the difference between the new habit and the old habit. So what does the difference feel like to you?
Controlling the volume of the air, as well as it's just a total new awareness of what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never done it this way.
Right. The reason that one didn't quite feel as good was because we didn't support before you phonated. Okay. So just that reminder, watch how early my engagement flexes compared to when you hear the sound. Again, you will see this go first. You can really see it kind of down here. This goes first. Can you play with that in your own body? Yeah, yes. Now, if I said to you, that feeling of everything coming in and going down, nothing is going in and up and out, nothing. Everything is going this way. The sound, the air, the vibration, the energy, all of it. Try it. That was the best one. Best one. Because you got the coordination, you started first, and then everything just went this way instead of habit wanting to push you the other way. Right? Okay, so now that same exact coordination in your body, mama, yes. Wait, why'd you stop?
Oh, I don't know if I felt like enough air to keep it pushing.
Okay,
but I'll try again.
But that's a fair enough observation in your body. So if you notice that, you went too far, too fast, too soon. Okay. So same coordination, you just don't need to whack it. You know what I mean? Good. Yeah. So now what happens if you take your hands off your body? If you can maintain the same, just imagine that they are there and just direct your body into them, even though they're like right there. Yeah, it's not quite the same yet. It's okay.
Yeah.
But if you feel it enough and you understand it enough, it will stay. But one of the things, the reasons also why I wanted you to take your hands off your body is because I wanted to watch what was happening. And I don't feel like you're giving yourself enough time and permission to like really release on the inhale. Like we will wait for you right now. Do you know what I mean? Like don't rush it. Teach your body, give your body enough time to do that right now. Because if you feel like you have to rush, then you know what I'm saying? And I don't feel like that time you really got that release. And so you were starting from a smaller container. So it didn't quite feel like you could lean into it as much because it wasn't quite as, expansive and free and released. So let's do that again.
Okay.
And give yourself time.
Buddies, you cannot. I will let you know after.
We don't have the remote.
It's right there, sweetie. Pardon me?
No worries. I've been there. I had to kick my 12-year-old out of the house. I'm like, you're going with grandma and grandpa today. Okay. So allow
time. Yep.
Allow for that time and space. You get to take it. That was better into the end.
Yes, the end is what I got to work on.
That's okay.
I don't know if I'm giving too much away in the beginning.
So you know what? Here's what I want you to pretend. So imagine this is a giant elevator, okay? Like from the top floor all the way to the bottom floor and all the way down to the basement, okay? And that's the basement as far as your arm can go, okay? I want you to connect brain to body, brain to breath, and I want you to use your hand. Your hand is directing you down. So if you're phonating, your hand is directing the phonation, okay? And your phrase exists between here and here, okay? And notice how I got to the bottom note about here, but I was still phonating until I was still to here, until I was done. Okay? Play with that. Okay, hold on, let's do it again. I want you to do it again because you started singing before your hands started moving, which tells me that you didn't engage, you didn't start flowing through your support before you started singing, because otherwise your hand would have gone. Okay? So use your hand, tell yourself when you want to start moving. Ma. Okay? Okay, did you feel like you had enough that time? Yes.
Yes, I think I fear running out at the end and being inconsistent, so I chop it.
Well, yeah, but here's also what happened. And again, when you watch the replay, go back and you'll see this and you'll laugh. Which is, you did this. You were like conserving up here because you wanted to have enough to make it all the way down, right? And by the way, like super common, totally get it. And here's the thing, we think that if we conserve and we just hold back, then we'll have enough to make it to the end. And you guys, it just doesn't work that way. I don't totally know the physics of how this part works, but if you don't use it, you lose it. So you have to start moving through. If you start holding, like it goes away. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it works. I just know that that's what happens. So let's do it again. How would you do this if you weren't worried about running out? If you just knew that you had a beautiful life breath and you have enough, how would you do it? Try it.
Steady.
Yeah, so do it. So do that experiment. It's definitely better. And I still felt you like a little bit, body was like, are you sure we can do this? I give you full permission to mess it up. Do the experiment. Make the sound you're afraid of. I dare you. Okay?
Okay.
I got nothing. It was good. Did it feel okay?
Better, way better. Yes.
Yeah,
Felt very
right.
comfortable.
So
Mhm.
again, you guys, there's two pieces to this. There's skill set and there's mindset. She fully understood the skill set. Intellectually, her brain is like, yes, I know what Arden's asking me to do. And I even understand why it's hard for me to do it because I'm worried about running out, right? The minute I gave you permission to fail, the minute I hijacked your brain just for a split second, your
Mhm.
body was like, cool, I can do that. And all the
Mm.
technique that we just talked about hooked in, and it was great, and it was easy, and there it was, right?
Mhm.
So again, this is not a boot camp on mindset, but I just want you guys to understand like how important these pieces are. And I'll weave them in as it is, but like, so as you're practicing this, Brit, then anytime you recognize that you're in that fear of running out, I want you to hear my voice in your head going, I dare you to mess it up. Okay?
I love it. Thank you very
Good, good,
much.
good. Okay, Jacqueline, you are up. Okay. So let me hear. What?
Yeah,
You have a
quick
question?
question. So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I echoing it? Because it says original sound is off for musicians, but every
Yep.
time I go to the corner to turn it on, it disappears.
When
So,
you click the off, it disappears.
yeah, as soon as I put my cursor up there, the whole thing disappears. So, I'm not
Well,
sure.
I don't know. So let's just do this experiment. You see it, it still says off.
It still says off.
If you hover over it and you click your mouse, even if it goes away.
I can't, it just disappears. So
Okay.
maybe
So
did that.
it
Yeah,
is what it is. We're
it
not
is what
gonna,
it is. Yeah.
yeah,
It's not a tech class. I get it.
it's okay. We're not gonna let it stop us. So I want to work with you on the siren
Okay.
into the Mamumu. Okay. Can you
Okay.
tilt your screen just a hair so I can see a little more of you?
Yeah.
Other direction. Yeah.
Like
Perfect.
that?
Okay. Yep. That's great. Okay. So now let's go. What's your voice type? Are you soprano, mezzo, alto? Where do you sit usually?
I sing alto. I can do mezzo though. It's just
Okay. Okay, so let's just start on middle C. Let's keep it simple. And I just want you to siren ma. But that feeling that you felt when you were nice and open and you were in that expansive place, that applies as you siren. And you're the same thing that I was working on with Bryn. You're just gonna siren into these hands. Ma, where are we? Ma. Try it.
ma.
Okay, so right now, brain is going,
That wasn't a
it's a
siren.
syllable. I think I should sing this.
Yeah, that wasn't a siren. I got it.
Ah, no. But you guys, isn't that so funny how brain works that way? Like,
Yeah.
she totally knew, and yet her body was like, no, we're singing, we're gonna sing. We're on a syllable, we gonna sing. Okay, so again, no singing aloud, sirening only. I don't care, don't show me your beautiful voice, don't make it pretty, just siren into your body. Let's do it a little bit lower. Ma. Not bad. Now let's siren without attaching to arrival points. Because right now I still feel like it's three things. This
Yeah.
thing, this thing, right? So feeling like it's just a big old
That's
circle. Ma, where we're moving through and we're not hanging out anywhere. Find your back. Wait, hold on. I want you to find your, yes, good job. Good siren. Now, ma. Yes. Did you notice how your body did the same thing? It didn't stop on each one. Now, we're going to add the articulation of the pitches and the scale, but don't change how you're using your body. So allow the scale to be super gooey and super like, it might feel like lazy articulation to you, sloppy articulation. Don't worry about it. Just slide through. Ma. Do it all on off for right now.
No ma, just ah.
Or ma, it's fine. I just didn't want to go to the mo and the moo right now. So open heart space, connect.
Ma.
So what I'm noticing is body and container is staying nice and open on the way up. And then it wants to, because pitches are descending, right now body's going in direction of the pitch. Ma, and we get meow. Okay, so let's do it again. And I want you to do it on numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? Good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
Yeah, so everything is good. When you get to the top though, things want to contract, okay? So we're gonna do the same thing. And I actually want you to take your hands and I want you to put your hands right here, like kind of at the bottom of your ribs, okay? And I want you to direct the flex down and out, like how a Christmas tree just opens this way when you take the wiring off, you know what I mean? Ma, just on the siren.
Ma.
As you turn around from the top pitch to go down, I want you to resist. Use your hands to direct your flex of your support and how you want to resist this happening. Ma. It's ever so tiny, but we get a little retraction. When you get to the top, we drop that resistance ever so slightly. And so what I want you to do is cry down the top. Ma. You hear how cry that is? Can you just do the descent? Cry into your container in your hands.
I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry.
So right now we're dropping from here to here. Ma. And I lose your support. When you leave this pitch on top, you're leaving your support for a split second. So I want you to siren and cry down from this pitch instead of leaving it. Like if you're crying, ma. Right, yes, do it again.
Ma.
So you guys, we have to think, because gravity and what I was talking about before, right? We think going down is easier. And so we just kind of release the rope a little bit and we tumble down because that's been our experience in our physical body, right? And so right now you're not continuing that same sense of resistance that's really good on the way up, on the way down. So it's like, I need you to rappel down the cliff, Jacqueline, instead of dropping the rope and just sliding down. Ma. You hear how I'm near? I want to hear all the semitones, which means you have to stay in your flex. Just do the descent.
Ma.
Okay, come back, and I want you to put one hand here, where your ribs part, okay? And I want you to hiss into your palm. Those six-pack muscles, do you feel them engaging right into your palm when you hiss?
Yeah.
Okay, now I want you to put the descending siren into your palm, the same way the hiss went into your palm. Ma.
Ma.
Go slow. I want to hear all, like, as you know when like Bugs Bunny throws Roadrunner off the cliff and we hear, you know what I mean? I want to hear all the ma.
Ma.
Okay, so here's where her mind and her body are disconnecting. And I feel you, Jacqueline. Like, this is not easy, okay? Do you notice how you're on the top pitch for a little while? You're holding it. And I think what's going through subconscious mind is, how do I get down? How do I move down without letting go of this? Because traditionally, how you've gotten down is ma. I'm exaggerating. It's not that bad, but it's what's happening. And so you end up just hanging out on this first pitch because you're like, I don't know how to move without not moving this. And so if this is engaged, you're just on this pitch, which is good, right? But you need to allow your body to continue to move this. And this is what slides you down. This is what moves the pitch. Okay. So can you, like, you know how a dog cries and you go, can you imitate the dog?
Yeah.
Right. You're moving down. And did you feel what's happening under your hand as you do that?
Yeah.
It's staying in your hand because the dog doesn't let go. The dog doesn't go, doesn't. Okay. So I want you to doggy cry down. Ma, or do it down here. Ma. Yes, that's better. Notice what your body is doing. Feel it here and feel it here now. So, do it like the dog. Yes. That, can you describe what that feels like in your body?
It feels weird
Yeah,
because
because it's not what you're used to.
not at all what I'm used to. It feels very counterintuitive. And at the same time, I mean, I'm sweating. I've been working here, it's a workout. Yet that moment seemed more relaxed and easier in my body.
Right. Because you're using your physiology in a way that supports the most efficient production of sound, whereas you used to use your physiology in ways that didn't. So if it feels like easy, like you're used to, that's how you know you're in the habit. That's how you know you're in the habit. If it feels free, like you were just talking about, but right now you have to think. It's brain work right now so that your body is actually working less because you're in coordination instead of in sabotage. So let's do it again. That same feeling of the doggy cry, but now you're going to doggy cry up and you're going to doggy cry down. It's just going to be one big old but on a ma into your hands. Get into the vowel right away on the bottom note. Ma. That's the doggy cry in reverse. You're doing the same thing.
Ma.
Can you start in chest voice and just do it in chest voice? Ma.
I don't know. My brain is really fighting this. It's like I don't even know what notes I'm singing.
Well, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because we're not singing. We're just phonating. So just
Ma.
allow it. That was good. What did you notice in your body?
I noticed, so where my hands are, there was, I don't want to say pressure, but there was expansion.
Yeah, there was engagement going on.
There was engagement, but my chest and my throat were very relaxed.
Right, because the support is happening where it should be instead of what you're used to, which is this coming in to compensate for the fact that that's not there. So you have a tell, which is really good to be aware of, which is when you feel tight in your throat and tight in your chest. It's your body telling you that you're supporting here, which is not support, and now you know what to do, okay? So now let's take that same sensation and just put the syllables on it, but still no singing aloud. Don't show me your beautiful voice. Don't make it pretty. Just siren through. Ma. Those just is one big old siren, okay?
I'm sorry, what am I doing?
Ma. Good, that was better. I'm going to give you the same direction just that I gave Bryn a minute ago, which is, can you visualize the sound coming in and down into your support instead of needing to get the sound out of your mouth? Let's do it, same thing. Do it here. Actually, let's do the same pitch. Better. What did you notice about that in your body?
I notice I spend a lot of time worrying if I'm going to hit the pitch because I have trouble with intonation. So that's always going on in my head. I noticed that I felt relaxed until that very last note, then my shoulders tightened up. I noticed the engagement was a lot easier.
Good. So let's speak to pitch and intonation, okay? You were perfectly in tune on that. You
Okay.
were right in the center of the pitch. When you use this type of support that is supportive instead of sabotaging, you don't have to worry about your intonation. Remember, we talked about at the beginning, things that are like affected by improper breath support. Intonation and pitchiness is absolutely one of them. You were right in the center of the pitch. I would tell you if you weren't, and we'd work on it more. But you were because you were supported, okay? So if you're focusing on this, you don't have to worry about that. It's just an old story from the old way that was created by the old way of doing things,
Yeah.
right?
I get that.
So yeah, absolutely. And now you have enough somatic awareness, just even from this little amount of time, of what the new feels like versus what the old feels like that gets you stuck up here. Can we try it in head voice? So let's do it here. Let's do it as a siren first though. Good. Now, mama moo, but still siren. No singing. Let it be what it is. I dare you, like I said to Bryn, I dare you to make the sound you were afraid of. It doesn't have to be perfect. I dare you to fall on your face here.
Oh, shit.
That's okay. That's where we're going to start. Find your body. Yes, that was really good with moving through pitches without being on and off and staying nice and open here. What do you feel like in head voice?
I mean, I know that that's my range, so I know I can do it. Once again, I'm just like so fearful of what am I doing? What am I supposed to sound like? And normally I can mimic really well, but this is where I fall short, the pressure.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing about that, right? Which is like, if you think you have to sound like something and don't really know what your organic sound is because you're too scared of not being enough, which we all can relate to. We think, oh, on my sound, it couldn't possibly be enough, so I have to sound like Mariah Carey, or I have to sound like Pavarotti, or I have to sound like whatever, you know what I mean? And now we twist ourselves up in pretzels because we don't feel like our sound is enough. And all of that will sabotage your breath support, as you've probably been feeling, because it's not your unique sound. But if I just lean down and use the new method, then oh my God, I'm exposed, because I can't do all of those manipulative things to try to sound like this person or that person. And so if I'm not trying to sound like them, is it enough? And
Well, I notice it affects the placement, and then I'm too back in my throat, which doesn't have a good resonance or tone. And then
well, that's
prettiness
another.
of my voice gets taken away and I sound terrible.
Well, but remember at the beginning, we said the support is one piece of this. It's an important piece,
Yeah.
but it's one piece, right? But you have an important awareness now, Jacqueline, which is that when you're in your support, your resonance tends to fall back and get stuck in your throat. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you one little piece for that without doing the entire resonance training. I just want you to do one thing for me. Okay. Which is, I want you to imagine your support is moving in one direction, which you've been moving it, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And I want you to imagine that your ears and your molars and your fangs are moving in the opposite direction from your support. So your support's going this way, and your cheeks and your ears and your molars, as you siren, are going to go the other way. Ma! Try it. Just siren. Just experiment with it.
Ma!
Yeah. What'd you notice?
It was easier. I'm still in my head about it, and I'm working on that a lot lately, but that's something I'm not sure I understand. I understand this movement, but I'm not sure I understand. I know fully it's like a lift, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So if you could like take a nose breath and feel your ears widening away from each other. Do you feel how, yeah, do you feel that?
Yeah.
Feeling? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just gonna pull on that feeling. Ma.
Mom.
Yeah, it's better. It goes where you need it to go. But also the same thing that was happening in the breast support is that when the pitch descended and the breast support went like this, when the pitch descended, the space also wants to go like this. So you have some work to do on some of these other coordinations. But when I tell you, Jacqueline, that none of that up here that we're talking about, none of that matters, none of it, if this is not integrated and consistent first. So one step at a time. Like, give yourself that grace. Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Just focus on this, and you have an awareness that this needs some work, but this is more important right now, because without the consistency of this, it doesn't matter what's going on up here, okay?
So one question.
Yeah.
So when you're practicing, really just practice on utilizing and engaging these muscles and keeping everything going down. And the second part of that is, how often do you recommend that you practice this? For how long? How many days a week? Kind of thing.
Right. So these are good questions. So I want you guys to think about like how you build a house, right? So it's like you pour the foundation first, then you put in the studs, then you do the drywall, then you do the roof. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the roof sits on top of the studs, which sits on top of the foundation, right? So the way that we practice, and this is what I'm always coaching the singers in our intensive training program on, is we're not, when you warm up, you're not really, the purpose of the warm up is not to warm up into your range and get all up into your high notes and into your range. I mean, yes, that'll happen, but that's not really the purpose. What you're not warming up your range. What you're actually warming up is your technique. So whenever you practice, at the beginning, this is a new coordination for you. So I would reinforce this because it needs muscle memory, right? It needs time in the saddle to condition. I would work on this stuff once a day, maybe 5 days a week, you know, like however, you know, do it consistently, whatever you choose, 3 days a week, 5 days a week, but just stay with it. And when you're doing lip trills and sirens, right now, what you're warming up is this coordination. It's exactly what we're talking about. The inhale, the release, the flex, the flow through, the consistency, not letting it collapse on the way down, the doggy feeling for you, right? Like when you're doing lip trills, you're warming up the lower consistency of support. When you're doing sirens, you're warming up, leaning through this container so that when you go into whatever repertoire you're singing, you've just been really intentional about thinking about these things, and you'll do them when you go into your repertoire. You know, there is more of this in terms of there's resonance, there's vowels, there's tongue, there's all these other things, which, you know, you have other exercises that warm up that correct coordination. But none of that, like I said, matters without this. So right now, just be really focused on these things in your warm-up to set them up. And then, you know, if there's more stuff you want to get into, obviously, you know, there's more training for that, right? Make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Okay, you guys, thank you, Jacqueline. That was great. Okay, so see now, we're going to move from a scale to thirds and supporting on a wider interval. So we were doing small intervals, ma, we were doing seconds, right? Now we're gonna do it in arpeggio, ma, or on a mi, me, ma. Mi, me, ma. Or even mi, me, ma, where it's a multi-directional melody, notes moving around more angularly. Again, to teach your brain to trust your body that coordination that I was just working on with Jacqueline and with Bryn, right? That doesn't change, even though the notes are going like this right now and the intervals are wider, okay? Do not change how you're using your body. This is why we set up the practice this way. You set on the hiss. You teach your body what it feels like before you phonate. Then you do it on a lip trill. You have that coordination of knowing if the lips are going or not going to tell you what happens when you put it on a vibration. Are you there consistently or are you not? Then we do it on a siren. We put a syllable to it. Don't change. We're giving you guys incremental things to start to feel this coordination on, then a scale, and now wider intervals. And so we're going to use this exercise as an opportunity to also look at directing the energy of support. So the exercise is the mi, me, ma, which is this. What I did, mi, me, ma, okay? And even though it's going like this, right? We still need to feel that single bow feeling. We can't mi, me, ma, right? We get H's if we use our support, like that, okay? So that single flow, that single send. Let's see. I'm just looking at the time. Let's coach on the mi, me, ma, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, okay? Because I know it's been about another 90 minutes. So who of our hot seats, who has not coached yet? Who wants to coach on some mi, me, ma? You can go ahead and use the raised hand, and we're gonna add this onto our progression. Okay, Natalia, let's do it. Okay, so go ahead, stand up again.
Okay. Okay, and before I start, I've noticed the thing, like, I haven't been aware of this before, but it just suddenly kind of appeared. So whenever I try to start to sing and trying to do the flex, my throat feels like it's just this, and like that's why I get stuck on this, like, you know, we try to do the trills. And this first syllable, I get stuck because it takes some time for me to kind of, does it make any sense?
Yeah, sure.
It just feels like I take a breath, I try to lean and to flex, but then at the same time, it feels like my throat gets like that. So
it's staying open on the inhale, but it feels like it wants to control when you phonate and air is moving.
Like it's always this first syllable, the first
Okay.
sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want to do, well, first of all, does it feel like that also on the lip trill or just on the syllable?
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, not as much as the syllables, but on the lip trill too.
Okay. So let's work on supporting before you phonate, because it sounds to me like this is feeling a little vulnerable now that you're not going like this. And it's like, this is new. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't really trust this new coordination yet. So let me try to.
Like Jacqueline said, it does feel very counterintuitive. I mean, I never thought about this, but it's like she said, and I agree with that. That's how it feels. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's normal. Because you guys, most of you have been singing with these old habits for how many years? 20 years, 10 years, 30 years? I mean, you know, so it's normal that your body doesn't quite trust this yet. So you're kind of half in the new and half in the old that just wants to hold on because it doesn't trust the new thing yet. That's okay. Okay. So let me ask you a question. How would you do a lip trill if you just trusted that your lower body could lean down and be there for you? Like, don't tell me, just do it. How would you do it if you just trusted it could be there for you?
Just do it.
Okay. Yeah. Just do.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I don't think about it, I guess I don't know too much.
No, but that's a very important awareness to have. Okay. So again, you guys, right now, I'm kind of training her brain. Her body knows what to do. But if her brain is creating the story that, oh, this is, I don't know if I can trust it. So I just said, okay, let's do an experiment. How would you do this if you just knew you could trust it? And then she's like, oh, I would just do it. And then she did. And then she did it. And it was fine. Okay. So you guys, practicing the support on its own is good, but practicing the support within the context of your mindset is better. Because again, like your body can't do what your brain is sabotaging. So all she did was I helped her change her thought. I helped her have a different thought, and then her body responded differently. So this is what we call putting in the right quarter that's going to get you the gumball, okay? The quarter you were putting in before was, oh, this is new, this is weird, I don't know if I can do this, or something like that, right? And that got you an outcome that was kind of closing you up a little. The quarter you just put in is, well, how would I do it if I trust it? I don't know, let me see. So now you're approaching it with curiosity, with beginner's mind, with experimentation. It doesn't really matter what happens. We're just doing an experiment. And so your mind can get behind that. It relaxes, it does the experiment, and your body does what it needs to do. So for you, Natalia, you need to put in that quarter every time you go to the next key. So we start here, we're gonna go up here. What thought needs to come in your brain is, how do I do this key? If I just trusted my support would be there for me. I don't know, let me see. We go up a key. How would I do this key if I just trusted? You have to put in that quarter every time because you're training your brain into a different connection with your body that serves you rather than the one right now, which is not serving you, okay? So let's try that. Experiment. I don't care what sound you make. This is all just a big old experiment. So wait, hold on. You started and it was nice and open, right? At the first note. Like it didn't feel like you were contracting on the first note. I don't know. Did it feel like that to you or not?
I feel very tense right now. I mean, like, I just know, very, very tense.
That's okay. So what's the story that your mind is telling you?
I guess that I'm trying to apologize before I kind of, it's gonna sound terrible, so I'm apologizing beforehand that
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So yeah, and so Natalia's already decided. She's already decided that it's going to sound terrible. Her mind is not giving her any space for any other possibility to happen. And so, you guys, we create what we think about. Our mind. We create what we think about in our body. So if we're thinking that it's going to sound terrible, now all of a sudden we're like, oh my God, I don't want that. And so now the body contracts, and now you have ensured that you will make the sound that you don't want. Because we decided it was impossible. It's going to sound bad. But the cool thing is, you can always change your thought. You can always choose a different thought. It might feel hard. It might feel like you're lying to yourself. That's okay. I'm going to invite you to borrow my belief. You don't have to believe it. You can just borrow my belief, which is a different what if. Because your mind is going, what if it sucks? What if I embarrass myself? What if I don't, do it good? I'm just going to decide that it's not going to be good so I don't have to be disappointed. Because all those what ifs of inner critic are not serving you. But the thing is, we don't get to know what's going to happen. As humans, we wish we would. We would love to know what's going to happen in the future, but we can't predict the future. And we hate that. We hate not knowing what's going to happen. But the truth is we don't. So what if you learned how to what if more constructively? Instead of what if it's bad? What if it sucks? What if I don't do well? What if I do well? What if I experiment and I get some new data that's pretty interesting? What if it feels good? You have just as much opportunity for that to happen as for this to happen, right? Because either one could happen. So the thing is, where we focus our attention is what we create. Energy goes where attention flows. She's focusing on this and she's creating this. And then it creates a negative feedback loop. Because then her brain goes, see, I knew you couldn't do it. And now you're even more scared and you close up even more. And now you have even more evidence that you're not good enough. And now you're on the negative feedback loop of fear. This belief, what if it comes out good? What if it doesn't matter if I mess it up? What if I get some data and then the next time I do it again and it's even better? What if it feels good? Let me find out. Oh, now you're like, oh, I can do it. And now it reinforces this belief. You see? But see, this is the reason, guys, where it's like, it's really hard to coach technique in my world if we're not working on your mindset too. And look, again, there's a lot of mindset work that we have not gone into that supports all this. I'm just kind of coaching you in the moment right now. But what's the new thought? What's the new what if that you want to play with right now?
A positive?
A what if that serves you?
Yeah, what if feels good? I really want it to feel good, just like really just.
Okay, so what if it does feel good? What if it can feel good? But see, that's very different. But that's very different than I really want it to feel good. Because you guys, you see, if she's like, I really want it to feel good, now she's attached to the outcome, and now she's going to force it. No, don't be embarrassed. This is how we all work.
It's just like sometimes it just feels like it's like there is no way out. No matter what you think, it's your mind is gonna twist it into something else.
But that's where the awareness comes in. You haven't coached mindset, so don't beat yourself up about it. I have 20 years of high-level mindset coaching, which is why I can pick up on these things. But again, like, give yourself some compassion. You're getting data here. Just data, not drama. Don't go make drama out of it. You're just getting data, okay? And so the data is that I need it to be good. I want it to be good because I care. And there's nothing wrong with caring, Natalia, nothing. But when we attach to that outcome and we need that outcome in order to have worth, in order to have value, then we go into proving mode, forcing mode, needing mode. That's very different. I want it to sound good. I know. But there's a difference between that and what if it gets to sound good? Like, what's the difference in energy between I want it and I need it to sound good versus what if it gets to sound good? How does that feel different to you?
One is very constrictive and the other one is freeing.
Right, because one is attached to an outcome and the other is just not. It's just in the moment with an experiment. Right? So I'm going to give you a couple words. Experimentation, curiosity, play. I want you to think about approaching this like a scientist. A scientist does all kinds of experiments. He has no idea what's going to happen. He's just in the moment. I'm trying this variable. I'm trying that variable. I don't know what's going to happen. He's gathering data. So what if we do this again and we're just gathering data? We're not going to make meaning out of it. We're just like approaching this with curiosity and play like a scientist would. How would you siren if there was no attachment to an outcome? How would you siren if you were just getting some data in your body with your support? Try it. Ma!
Ma. No.
Yeah, I dare you to make a bad sound. Yes. Yes. Right. So just focus on the moment of your support and be in the footwork of that moment of support, and whatever comes out, because either way you win, Natalia. Either way you win. Either it's going to come out with the sound and the coordination that you want, or it's not, but you're going to get some data. We're going to get some data around what needs to shift. And then the next time you do it, you have that data and you can use it. So either way you win. There is no fail here. None. So how would you do this if there is no fail? Ma!
Ma! Ma! Ma! Ma!
Yeah. No singing, just sirening. You're doing great. You're doing great. No singing, just sirening into your body. Your experiment is, what if there was no fail and I could just siren into this feeling? Put your hands back on, get back into that coordination. Ma!
Ma. I don't know.
Okay.
It feels like I'm falling apart. Sorry.
No, there's no apology here. It's because we're dismantling habits, and that can feel confronting. That can feel hard. So let's give you one thing to focus on, okay? Just one. Hands back on body. Okay? Yep, lower, really low. Yep, there you go. And the other hand, directing you to send that resistance down. And I don't want you to sing this. I don't want you to show me your beautiful voice. I just want you to vibrate. Ma.
Ma, ma, ma.
Can you imagine that you were an ambulance and you were like playing ambulances with my kids and you were like, woo, 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 woo. Can you be the ambulance?
Woo, 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 woo.
Yeah,
woo,
don't,
woo, woo, woo.
yeah, you're not singing this. We're not talking about technique. I don't care what happens. I just want you to siren. Woo, woo, woo.
Woo, 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 woo,
Yeah.
woo, woo, woo.
Yes, there you go. Or if you're at like a sporting game and you're like, woohoo, give me a woohoo.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Yep, now we're gonna do it again and I'm gonna ask you to do it and you're not allowed to think or prepare before you do it. I'm gonna ask you and you're just gonna go. And it doesn't matter what it sounds like. This is not about sound. This is about experience, okay? So I want you to siren like a motorboat. Woo, woo.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
Good. Now woohoo, go.
Woohoo!
Good. Woo, go.
Woo!
Good, good. Do you notice how those felt way more stable and embodied than what was happening a minute ago? Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not that your body can't do it. Your body just did it. It did all the coordination that we've just been working on, but we needed to hijack your brain in that moment because otherwise it goes into perfectionism. It has to be right. I have to do this. I have to do that. Even just in the first hours of this coaching, your body got enough information that when I said, just go, woo, and you went, woo, and it was like, oh, there it is. But your work is about trust. You know, that's another boot camp around mindset, right? But just get that your body knows how to do this. Your body was built to do this. You can trust it. So how would you do a scale if your body was built to do it? If you could trust it. Mama, moo, go. Don't think, go.
Mama.
Yeah.
Mama.
One more time. Feel your feet. Feel your feet. Press your toes into the ground. And I want you to send the mama moo through your hips, through your knees, into your feet. Mama moo. It knows how. Beautiful. Again. Yes. Yeah, no thinking aloud, just into your body. I know, it's hard, but you're doing great. You know why you don't need to think? Because your body was built to do this. You may not believe that, so I'm going to invite you to borrow my belief. Fake it till you make it. Take your hand from here because this does nothing for you and put it where you want it. And trust that if you direct your body that way, it will go there. Put the mama moo down into your hand. No singing aloud, just vibrating on pitch. Doesn't have to be pretty. Mama moo.
Mama moo. Mama moo.
Can you siren for me? Mama moo. Just siren. Okay, I feel like your body is really scared to go down here. Do you feel that? Yeah. So tell me, like, what would be the biggest fear? Like, if I really go that far, like, if you had to say, what's the biggest thing stopping you from really bearing down and going that far? If you had to say.
I don't know. Can't even. It feels alien. I don't know. Different.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I want you to go towards the alien.
Okay.
I want you to go towards what scares you. Everything you want, Natalia, and not just her, for every single one of you, everything you want is just on the other side of your comfort zone. So you get to be uncomfortable and do it anyway. You get to be scared and do it anyway. We've all been there. And this is the growth edge for you, Natalia. Your body is responding to the insecurity in your brain, and it's not letting you go there. So, what would you do if it was okay to be uncomfortable and do it anyway? Go further. I want you to nail that alien. If the alien is down here, I want you to take your hand and I want you to nail that alien. Go for it. Ma.
Ma.
Not bad, but instead of coming back up, you keep going. Ma. Like I want you to send the alien out your body between your legs. Like you're getting rid of the fear, you're getting rid of the alien. Okay, go for it.
Ma.
Okay, no, Natalia, do you notice that when you actually go down, the top of the siren is super solid?
No, I didn't notice.
Okay, it is. When you go back and listen to this, we could all hear it. That the top of the siren is actually not wobbly, it's stable, and it's right in the center of the pitch, and it's resonant, and it's strong, and it's supported. Because right now, you're singing your way into that spot, and you get to the top, but then you're receding away from it on the way down. So it doesn't start solid, it gets solid at the top, and then it stops being solid at the way down, okay? So what if you started with the alien already out? Ma, try it.
Ma.
Yes, if I said to you, don't worry about vibrato, just talk on pitch. Ma, talk.
Ma.
Yes. What do you notice when you do that? When you talk on pitch?
It's easy.
Yeah. Because you guys, her mind is like, oh, we're just talking. We're not singing. I know how to do that. I'm not scared of that. So now you can direct the alien out and you just talk and it goes where you want it to go. Okay. You guys, this is all mindset work. Okay. So, talk it out. Talk it and expel it out of your body. Hold on. Yeah. Put your hand here. Right low, right above your pubic bone, really low. Okay? Yep. And put the ma right into your hand. I want you to poop it down into your hand like you're pooping it right into your hand. Ma. Yes. Yes. Again.
Ma.
Okay, hold on. Talk. Your body still wants to sing it. Okay? Talk. Say hi. Just talk to me.
Hi.
Yes.
I don't
Hi.
It's a little low for me.
So pull it up. You can do it on whatever pitch you want. That's fine. That's fine. Pull it up. Hi. Yes. The hi goes right here. You're doing it. Hi. Yes.
Hi.
Good.
Ma.
Yes. Hi. Yes, it gets there, it gets a little scared, and then it kind of backs up, and that's when we get the little bit of the wobble. Go towards what you're afraid of, Natalia. You're doing amazing. You're being such a coaching example for everybody in here is learning so much. You're doing so great.
I'm just sorry I'm taking everybody's time.
No. You guys, this is how we learn, because they are seeing themselves reflected in you, okay? So go down here, and when you get there, even though it feels scary, don't back away from it. Go towards that feeling. Hi. Let your pitch be higher. Let it there. Do it again. There. Right now it feels a little like yelling. I understand that. But right now that is the engagement that you need to cultivate. Hi.
Okay. Hi.
Don't go in. I can see it wanting to go in.
Hi. Okay.
Yes.
Hi. Okay. I can feel it, I think.
You feel it.
I can
Can
feel
you
it, I think.
can you
Yes.
describe what you feel?
I don't know. It's not. I mean, my tendency is to go here, but it's like it feels
Yes.
like this.
Yes.
I don't know, like that.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like almost like my hips want to move this way. I don't. That's like this.
Yes. That's it. I've been saying today down and out. And now you're feeling it. Now you're feeling it. Okay?
Okay.
Like amazing breakthrough. But you guys, this is oftentimes what it takes. We have to work skill set, then we have to work through some mindset, and then we come back to skill set. And now all of a sudden, Natalia, you're able to do what you weren't able to do 15 minutes ago, which is go all in, go there. And it's safe to go there.
Well, it is, but see, what I thought I knew, it turns out I didn't know. I mean, it's just, but I don't know how that works.
I know.
But it's
I
just,
know. Now do it. Now do it in head voice. Hi. Same feeling.
Hi, hi, hi.
Can you feel your back body? Because right now this is going down, which is really good, but this is going down with it. And we don't want this to push you down, right? It's in isolation. Everything is moving away. Hi!
Hi, hi.
That was good.
Hi.
Yes. Do you feel how your back is and your sides are going like this and this is going and everything is moving out and down and away?
Yes,
That's it. That's it. So now that you have felt that, now your job becomes moving through that over the course of a phrase. Hi. You can try that. Not bad, not bad.
Yes.
Yeah, because the habit is to want to kind of
Yes.
Don't do that. Just move through and you'll be golden. Okay? Too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Okay, but like this is the beginning and we'll continue to work on this in the VIP stuff, okay, next week. But you guys, this is super instructive. Thank you, Natalia, for being so brave and just working through all of this. Like you guys give her mad props because it's not easy to get up there and be vulnerable and like, you know, fall down and get up and understand and get data and like it's not easy. So like really celebrating you, Natalia, for being vulnerable and being willing and being coachable. All right, you guys, let's take another bio break. So it's basically quarter of. So let's come in at 10, come back in at 10 till the hour, 50 past the hour. Go to the bathroom, get a snack, do what you need to do. And when we get back, we're gonna work on some putting this into practice in the repertoire, okay? So 5-minute break, see you at 10 till the hour. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so if you guys have to leave before, so we're gonna get into the Q&A in about 15-20 minutes or so. So if you have to leave before then, before we're actually done at what would be 4 p.m. West Coast, 7 p.m. East Coast, if you put your question, if you have a question in the chat, as Anita did, Ashley, will you just like copy these or something, and then when we go back into the Q&A, I can make sure you can remind me in the chat and we can get to them. Okay, so we're now going to put all of this together into some repertoire with some of our hot seat VIPs. So who has a verse of something? If you're a VIP, a verse of something, a chorus of something. Bryn, Maria, Jacqueline, Leiliza, who's got a verse of something, a chorus of something that we can play a little with in this context? Yes, Jacqueline, go ahead and unmute. Okay. So we can just do it a cappella, it's totally fine. Are you able to put your device on something higher so you don't have to look down and I'm not looking up at you? Do you have like a book or
Yes, ma'am. Give me one sec.
Bookshelf or something? Cool, thank you.
Does that work?
Yeah, and now just tilt the screen and we'll be good.
Okay.
Yeah, can now tilt the screen a little more so I can see more of you.
Does that work?
Yeah, you could even tilt it a little further. If you're gonna stand where you're standing, that'll be even better. Okay, great, perfect, thank you. Okay, so what do you want to play with?
Summertime?
Okay, great. Do you have a key or do you need me to give you a starting pitch or you know where you're starting?
I believe A minor.
Okay.
Do you want me just to
Yeah,
start?
go ahead. Just go ahead. Let's start.
Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high.
Okay, good. Pause, because I see enough that we can coach on, which if it's happening in these first couple phrases, it's going to be happening in all of it. So, two things I notice. First of all, I notice that you're breathing more often than you need to in the middle of phrases. Do you notice that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what that tells you is two things. Either, and well, it could be either or it could be both are happening. Either you are not getting enough air on the inhale to support what is a kind of a normal phrase. We shouldn't need to breathe in between. Or you're not being efficient enough with that air for the phrase that you have. And so body is either collapsing or pushing, which is what sabotages the efficiency. And then you feel like you have to breathe because you've been pushing out way too much air to begin with. So I think both are actually happening to you.
Okay.
Because I hear inhales that are very take a breath like, right? And when you go back and watch this, and you guys may have seen it as she was going along, I'm going to exaggerate, Jacqueline, but this is what it was like. Summertime and the living is easy. Like a lot of these very contracted instead of opening and releasing into the breath. So number one, you're not getting a lot of air with those kinds of breaths for all the reasons we were talking about before. So you're starting the phrase at a deficiency in the amount of air you had, and you're starting the phrase from being contracted instead of in that nice open place that we discovered a little bit ago, okay? And so that then when you go into the phrase, when you're starting with tension and contraction, there's nothing to lean into. Like you can't. So your diaphragm is already here. It's very hard to lean down on the support. And so then you feel like you need to breathe after like 2 words because you do, because you didn't have enough and you weren't using it in the best way. So let's go back. Let's do it again. Okay. And first, we're going to talk about that feeling of releasing into the breath. And right now, I want you to give yourself time to do that. So similar to what I was talking to Bryn about a little bit ago, which is don't rush the inhale. Right now, you're doing it a cappella, so you can take as much time as you want for these inhales. So I am going to recommend doing the breaths out of tempo for right now. So when you're in the phrase, you're in tempo, but when it's time to breathe, take all the time that you want to release and find that great feeling of expansion and release that you had a couple minutes ago, okay? So let's just work on that right now. Do it again. Here's your A minor.
Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Oh, you're your daddy's ring.
Okay, good. Good. So that basically took care of both of them. Because the reason you weren't able to really lean consistently is because of that contraction on the inhale. There was nothing to lean into. So when you really, and I applaud you for really giving yourself that like grace and space to take, that you are worth taking time and letting yourself release on that. When you did, then everything else just fell into place. You guys notice that? Like you were able to make it through the phrase. You were able to stay on your consistency of support. I didn't see you on and off for each word. Now, the one thing though that I do want to point out that'll make it feel even better is when you had phrases that began with a vowel, like, and the cotton is high, or, oh, your daddy's rich. Body wanted to push air because when you have a consonant, there's a little resistance that's created, you know, summertime or whatever. Without that, you're very open here. And the cotton or, oh, your daddy, right? And support kind of flooded you into those vowels. And so we got H's. We got hand, the cotton is high. Ho, your daddy's rich. And those were the only two moments that I saw the container kind of kick in a little bit instead of lean out on the onset of the phrase. So instead of getting, oh, your daddy, we got ho, ho, or hand instead of and, going that like, yes, yes. Can you try that?
Yeah. From the beginning, is that okay to start?
Sure. Yeah, and still with those really, because you guys, she has to practice giving herself time for these inhales right now to teach her body what it feels like to release. Right now, her body needs more time to feel that. And so she's got to give her body that time so you can set that muscle memory. And once you know what that is, then over time, you're able to do it more quickly and more quickly. But for now, breaths out of tempo, okay?
Summertime.
Good. I want you to do it again. And your hand is kind of telling me how your brain is thinking about the phrase, which then tells me what your body is going to do because your brain is just telling your body. And we're getting da, da, da. Support on each syllable instead of summertime. Okay? Try it.
Summertime. And the living is easy.
Okay, is that note feel really low for you usually, the easy?
Yeah, it's a little low. I thought I could work it out, but I've been having some trouble with it. Yeah.
But also, like, as I'm listening to your speaking voice, like, I don't think you should make yourself feel bad that it's low. I think it's just really low for your range. Like, your voice just sits a little bit higher than I think where you are. Yeah. So we can try it a little bit higher. But before we do that, I just want to point out, if you guys didn't notice, but I think you did, the change in her resonance and the presence of her sound when she was not doing summertime, but instead flowing through her support. We could hear the consistency and richness of her tone flowing through every note. The sparkle and the overtones in the sound were showing up. What did that feel like to you as you were doing that?
It felt really, really good. I felt connected to the song. I think I have the ability to really connect and express, and have the impact. But when I get in my head with hitting the notes and all of that, I think I lose it. So this felt like everything was like coming together. It was relaxed. It was like just believing in myself. I can sing, I can do this, and I can express myself. There's no big deal about it. There's nothing to be like forced or like scared of, or it's just me being me, right? At the end of the day. Yeah.
But like, how much of that reminder that I was giving Natalia played into that mindset just now for you?
Well, it did. Watching her like struggle and being in her head, obviously I could relate to that, how all that was getting in the way of this. And, when we let go of this and just be in our bodies, we're often surprised with, like, I was like, not surprised because I've been doing this for a little bit now, but like happily, like, oh, and I'm doing it in front of people and in front of you. And it's like all that other stuff of, oh shit, am I going to sound like shit? Oh no. Well, that pressure that usually happens that gets in the way of my singing good, like that disappeared.
Yes.
That wasn't there at all. I wasn't worried about what anybody thought.
Yes. And in that moment, now mind and body are working together.
Yeah.
Creating the sound that is the most efficient. Your body can do that in that moment instead of mind sabotaging body away from that, which causes all the make, force, do, push, manipulate, control, that, you know what I mean? And I will tell you this, when we talk about slowing down the inhale, just like we did. So, you guys, I'm sure every single one of you have heard, right? Or know that, like, if you're in a lot of anxiety or a lot of fear, like, breathe, right? Like, we've all been told, just breathe, right? But the nature of your breath can actually stoke your cortisol and your stress hormones and your anxiety hormones, or it can calm your anxiety hormones. So this kind of breath, it tells your body, oh, we have something we got to be scared of. We need to go into fight or flight. We have to move quickly. And that actually can create even more stress and more release of those cortisol and the stress hormones without even intending to, because we've been taught we need to breathe up and we need to breathe quickly and we need to take air and we need to tank up. But what you're actually doing in doing that is you're also creating actual physical sensations of anxiety in your body that your head and your amygdala, like lizard brain, registers as fight or flight. And so now, without even intending to, you're going into your phrase in fight or flight. When you slow your breath down, you're telling your body that we're safe, that we don't have to be in fight or flight, that we're good in the present moment. And then the other hormones, the oxytocin and the dopamine and start to move. And that just now supports you going into that feeling that then you're not going to sabotage away from, but lean into in your body. So you guys, these things play with each other very profoundly. And I'm so happy you had that experience of feeling how this all works when it does. And it worked beautifully.
Can I ask you something regarding that? Because I've been singing my whole life and I love to sing and I love the feeling I got. But as I started to work on it, like really work on it, like going to music school and whatnot, what happened was the stress was so much. I got so disconnected and I hated it.
Yeah.
I
this is
really
a very
find the love, the expression, the feeling. It was like, it was work and I might be impactful and be a great performer, but I just wasn't feeling good.
The joy goes away. And I can't tell you how many times that I have heard this experience from singers like yourself who have come from either, undergrad or conservatory programs, music, in programs in various shapes and forms. And this is why, those of you who know me, who know my content, and I'm like out here shouting from the rooftops, being like, this is traditional training does not serve singers. I was a product of that kind of training, and I understand exactly what you're talking about because I experienced it in myself and a lot of the other singers who came up with me. And we went to very fancy conservatory for undergrad and even fancier conservatory for masters. And, it's like, because they don't train 360. They're only training your skill set. They're training you from here down, and they're not recognizing how the perfectionism and the fear of failing, that they're stoking all of that, and then they're wondering why you can't deliver when it counts. And it's crazy making. And so there is a better way to train, a different way to train when we train 360. Mindset, technique, artistry. That it has to be that way. This is not really, we're not doing performance stuff here, so we're not talking too much about artistry, but even you said I felt more connected to what I was doing when I was in these places that we just spent a bunch of time connecting to skill set mindset. And so then your artistry could just show up
Yeah.
in that way. So yeah, awesome. So good. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Leiliza, what do you want to play with? Or actually, you know what? Hang on. Let's do this. Before we do Leiliza and Bryn, well, let's see. It's 4:07. Let's do this. Leiliza, come on. Let's coach a little bit, and then we'll check in with time. Okay. So we want to play with.
I have about 3 or 4 lines of an original song.
Mm-hmm.
I stand tall on a tower, I stare at the sea with those eyes. I gaze at the moon with a flip of my skirt. I conjure a song that flies on the wind.
Okay, good. I think you're doing a good job of not collapsing or being on and off the support. But what I hear in some of the longer phrases is I feel like things get a little tight at the very end. Do you feel that?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
Sure.
just a little bit. So let's do it again. And I just want you to siren the words. Just talk on pitch, be on your melody, but no, don't worry about singing, making it beautiful. So what are the first lyrics there?
I stand tall on a tower.
Okay.
And I've just had a big jump in my chest voice going higher than it used to, like just in the past couple of weeks. I'm still adjusting to that.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's okay. Don't make meaning out of it. Just let it be what is in the moment. Okay, and stay on your core of your flex and your flow. Okay, sirening on pitch.
I stand tall on a tower.
Okay, so you're in your flow. I stand tall in, and then we get a ta, and I feel like you pull back. You're flowing through your siren, and then you're backing away from it. Let's go all the way to the end of tower on your siren, on your flow of your flex.
I stand tall on a tower.
Better.
I stand tall on a tower.
Keep going.
I stare at the sea with those eyes.
Okay, so when you do the ornament, you back off. Don't back off. So slow it down right now. Stare at the sea with those eyes. Slow it down and siren through it.
I stare at the sea with those eyes.
Slow it down. Those. Just isolate it right now and put it. You're backing away from here, like hand right here. Those. Slide and siren through.
Yeah, this is only the second week I've sung this not in head voice.
It's okay. It's a good experiment.
Yeah. I stare at the sea in those.
No, I just want you to isolate it. I just want you to isolate it. Those into your palm. Again. Okay, so you're supporting on the those instead of those. Can you really slur? Okay, so now we slurred the, and then we backed off on the down. Keep going. Yes, yes. So when you go fast, your body doesn't yet have the coordination to stay in your lean right now. So I would practice it slow like that. See with those eyes, just that much.
See with those eyes.
Can you put the whole thing? Don't just wait till those. The whole thing is gently flexing into your palm.
See with those eyes.
Stare at the sea with all into your hand.
I stare at the sea with those eyes.
But even when you accidentally went faster, it worked because your brain and your body were like, oh, we're doing this consistently. So even when you went faster, this didn't stop being consistent. And then it worked. But I think you need to practice it slower like that right now to just really feel what that is. And then slowly get faster without backing on and off that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
a new race car, whole new part of my
This
voice.
is awesome. Okay, that's it. So are you guys like seeing how this stuff works, right? In context, because there's nothing worse than like feeling like you have a certain coordination in the exercises, but then like not being able to put it through in the repertoire. All right, Bryn, let's do a little.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This is one that I performing on stage and moving around. And having sang for several days, was going like flat and things. And I'm trying to work on the straight tone sounding good because I naturally will go into vibrato. So let's see here. All right. So it's just a chorus. I'll repeat if you don't mind if I just do it real quick. Okay. I'm going to try your technique with it, so we'll see. And I've been sick, so. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day.
Okay, good. So I want you to pay attention to ribs because we're getting an airier sound than I know that you can create. And it's because ribs want to like it's going this way more than you need it to. So I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing that Layla was doing and find your six-pack, rectus abdominis, okay? And I want you to lip trill on that pitch into your palm. Yeah. Do you feel how your ribs stay nice and set and wide when you put it here? Because when you flex these muscles, guys, it keeps your ribs like apart because that flex kind of separates them. Okay. So same thing, hand here, and I just want you to siren on the word I. I. Good. I call.
I call.
I call your name.
I call your name.
I call your name.
I call your name.
That's it. That's what wasn't happening before. Okay. Things, you were pushing too much air to push you into that straight tone feeling rather than this is the implode. Okay. So somebody was asking in the chat about not understanding what implode means. Implode versus explode. So what you were doing before was you were exploding the sound and your body was like pushing too much air to explode these words up and out in this phrase. So when we come back down here, we're going this way. And it's this feeling of like, of imploding and putting it in your body instead of pushing it up and out your body. So so energy direction matters because if you think you need to get the note up and out, which I don't think you were thinking consciously, but I think because you were a little insecure about what had been happening with it. And so mind is like, okay, I gotta get it. I gotta get it out. I gotta get it, And it's like, boom. And then everything goes, shoom, and it pushes too much air. It's explode versus I told you to put it in you. I told you to put it in here instead of put it out there, right? So without being explicit about it, you were imploding the sound rather than exploding the sound. And now we got more tone and less air. It was clearer. It was more resonant. So we're going to do it again.
Okay.
Just find it on that chanting feeling again. I call your name. Just chant it.
I call your name.
Good. Now, I want you to feel more that if you take this feeling of these muscles here, okay? So it's more of like out and down than it is like a force out. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because these muscles, they flex and everything kind of flexes down with it. Okay.
Okay. I call your name.
It was a little,
breathy.
yeah, it was right. Yeah. Do it one more time. More.
I call your name.
Yes. What was the difference for you in your body?
I tried to more speak it and just be a little more natural, not forcing.
Right. Again, that idea of talk on pitch, like we were talking about before. Okay. So now you can still do it. You can talk on pitch over a duration. I call your name. Just don't make it pretty. Just keep talking on pitch over a duration. Vibrato wants to come. Vibrato doesn't want to come. Doesn't matter.
I call your name.
Okay. Let's chant the rest of it in a similar fashion and see what happens.
I call your name. And I ran out of that grave.
Okay. What are those words?
And I ran out of that grave.
Okay, so right now, body is thinking of it as 4 things it has to hit. It's hitting this 4 times. Instead of thinking of it as 4 words, I want you to think about it of like this. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Throw this part.
It's 1 word. And I ran out of that grave. 1 thing. And I ran out of that grave. 1 thing.
And I ran out of that grave.
How much easier is that?
Better.
You're not working as hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys, again, we don't change support when we change words or pitch or anything. It's this no matter what. Okay? Do it again and then keep going.
Okay. And I ran out of that grave.
Every time we go, and I ran. You can siren, but yeah, right. When you siren down, don't get down by collapsing. Okay.
And I ran out of that grave.
Yes.
Out of the darkness.
Hold on. Darkness. Keep moving in.
Darkness.
Right. Do you want straight tone like stylistically, or do you want some vibrato? What do you want?
A shimmer on the end would be fine, but the style would warrant more straight tone, I think, in this. And I'm trying to learn how to make that sound good and resonate. It's because I naturally love like vibrato and ballads, so I brought something I'm not naturally good at.
No, that's okay. So here's what I'm curious about. I want to see what happens to your support when you do decide to bring vibrato in. So can we do something else that you would normally have more of that feeling?
Sure. I haven't sang in a while, but I love Think of Me. That's my favorite.
I was just working on this with another student, so I know.
Okay. I reminded her because it was on one of your videos. Okay. Think of me. Think of me fondly when we've said goodbye.
Okay, let's do it again. We're losing this feeling on the up. So we're getting think of me. Go slower.
Think of me. Think of me fondly when we've said goodbye.
Okay, so where do you want to breathe in there?
I would probably sing it. I don't know if I was slowing it down or not. I haven't sung this in a while, but think of me fondly when. Before when? Maybe think of me.
So traditionally, it's either done without a breath or breathing after the when breath. We've said good. Okay. Right. So decide what you want to do. Do you want to do it in one or do you want to breathe?
Let's try breathing.
Okay.
Okay. Think of me fondly when we've said goodbye. Remember me every so often. Promise me you'll try.
Keep going. When you find have it. Is to want to like the onset body wants to go this way instead of supporting earlier from down here.
Okay.
Support when. There you go.
I can't remember those words exactly.
When you find that once again
you've long to set your heart back and be free, something like
your
that.
heart back and be free. Yeah.
When you find that
Hold on, do it again.
Okay.
Right now,
It
it wants
collapsed.
to start up here. Ooh, right, because it collapsed. And then we went, ooh. Okay.
When you find that once again you long to set your heart back and
Let's do it again. So on heart, because it's going to the top, again, body got a little scared. You were moving through, and then you tried to kick in to kick that pitch up on heart. So we're going to do the same thing. To take your heart back and... It's the same motion. You know how to do it. You're doing it great. It's a trust thing. So how would you do this? You trusted that your body could show up for you in the same way, going up to the heart note. Okay.
When you find that once again you long to take your heart back and be free.
Yes. And how much now, you guys who are listening, so much more ping and sparkle in that note because nothing got interrupted. What did that feel like to you? What did you notice?
Wonderful. Better. I tried not to collapse here, and am I improving on the breathiness?
Yes.
Okay,
Because the
that's
breathiness is a direct relation to the collapse. So that feeling of just consistently leaning into that container and not pulling away from it creates a much more narrow, focused stream of air instead of a flood. The flood is what's the breathy. More air means we hear more air.
Right.
So what we got just now was more tone, less air. You guys, it doesn't take a lot of air to sing at all.
That's the breath management seems like if I can keep that steady pace that I don't have to, and the supporting at the very beginning before you sing, that helps me, I think, not have the collapse and the too much breath.
Right. Because when you start from that place, it's easy to just continue flowing through it and not needing to change, either because the note has a larger interval like heart. You guys, again, it's like the thing that sounds the most simple. It's just, we have to remember that we make it harder than it really is. Most of you are changing things to do something when the note goes up or to do something when the syllable changes. And we end up working a lot harder than we need to. Versus what you just did is you were just in your efficiency, not changing. This flex and flow continues no matter what. If you're going up to heart, if you're going down, it doesn't matter. And then it's creating the exact amount of air and speed of air that then gives you the most sparkle because it's what's so efficient moving past your chords. It's great. Good. We'll continue working on this in the bootcamp. Okay.
Quick question on the straight tone, just if you had any note about that. If I try to do that stylistically, anything I could work on?
Yeah. I mean, the main thing is like that idea of implode, because otherwise straight tone can get very fatiguing. It can get very fatiguing because too much is passing through your chords. So just implode, redirecting that sound out and down, in and down into your body, and that you got a way more also focused, supported tone that wasn't flooded with air, and that wouldn't be tiresome. You know what I mean?
I just heard that the vibrato takes away tension. I don't know if that takes away fatigue or not, or if that's related at all.
So it's not that vibrato takes away tension. It's that when you have a natural vibrato, the chords are in the most free place to be able to do that. If there is tension around the larynx, around the glottis, in the neck, in the jaw, in the tongue, if anything is what's the word I'm looking for? Encumbering the larynx, tongue pressing down, jaw holding and pressing, sides of neck holding, muscles around larynx contracting and holding. you won't get an even or free flowing vibrato. So it's kind of like what you said is true, but the cause and effect is the opposite. It's not that vibrato creates a free sound. It's that when you are free up here, you will get a nice even vibrato. And that also has to do with when you are doing the appoggio and the lean and the flex is consistent, and you are moving all of this away from your larynx. Now you're not encumbering it from below, because that would also put pressure on larynx, and vocal cords would not be able to vibrate freely to create that vibrato. So what we're doing is we're unencumbering this to be able to have that vibrato. Now, you can create straight tone without grabbing too much by what you were just doing, which is bearing down a little more. Did you feel how when you were in the straight tone, it was a little more force down there? Because we're creating a slightly different velocity and volume of air that will pass more swiftly, and the cords won't vibrate. The vibrato won't happen as much. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
I love your scientific explanation.
Good.
The theological.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, Jacqueline, I see your hand, but let's save it for the Q&A, which we're going to go into in a minute. So, like, as you guys are seeing, this is the best foundation of support, but this is, as you're noticing, one small piece of a larger problem if you're not getting the sound you want and you're not where you want to be in your singing. So please understand that there is much more to freeing your voice and your most powerful sound so that you can go out there and be confident and be successful with it. Because technique is not optimized in a vacuum. It's not. As you've seen, that you have to understand the mind-body connection, as you were totally witnessing in our amazing VIP volunteers today. Because I could give you the best technique in the world, and it won't matter if mind and body connection is broken and mind and body are not working together, and instead they're working against each other without realizing it. Because you guys, this is not your instrument. Your whole body is your instrument. And not just your larynx, not just your vocal cords, like your whole body. And just like a trombone player, a cello player, make sure that their instrument is in good working order. We too need to make sure that our instrument, our body, is set up to make the biggest impact. Because like I've been saying, your body can't do what your brain is sabotaging. It just can't. Your body's responding to your brain in everything. Heart rate, digestion, interpreting your environment, telling you how to feel about it, which, as you've seen, causes a physical reaction in your body, as our amazing volunteers were coaching on some of that today. So, we physicalize our thoughts and our feelings. It's part of being human. And if you have a thought that really scares you, you go into fight or flight, right? That's what we were talking about earlier with several of you, actually. It was showing up with Jacqueline. It was showing up with Jacqueline, also with Natalia. This is real, guys, and it affects every single one of us if we are not training mind and body together. And so your brain and body, they're interfacing all day long in ways that you're present to, in ways that you're not. And so because you're always reacting to your thoughts and your feelings, whether you realize it or not, because it's just part of being human, it means that as singers, the physical reactions to our thoughts and our feelings affect and live in our instrument. And so, as a professional singer or a serious singer whose body is your instrument, those physical reactions have a dramatic effect, as you saw today, on you being able to do your job and do it at the most elite level. Because that affects your energy and how it moves or doesn't move through your body and your instrument. And guys, sound is a form of energy, like light, like heat. It can't be created or destroyed. That's science too. That's high school physics, law of entropy. Remember that, right? Energy can't be created or destroyed. And so you have one job as a singer, and that is to impact your audience. And if you're going to be successful at a professional level, at an elite level, then that impact has to be massive so you stand out from the competition and the audience keeps coming back for more. And the only way that massive impact happens is when mind and body connection is rock solid And you are the most open channel for that energy in the form of sound to move you through your audience. There can't be any blocks, right? So the way that most of you were taught to support blocks the energy. And so if you're not breaking through to the level of opportunity or singing career that you want with your singing, if you're not making the impact you need to do that, then it's because there are blocks in your mind-body connection, creating blocks in that technique and in that energetic exchange between you and your listener, your audience, blocks that you don't realize. Because energy and vibration need to flow freely through the body for optimum singing technique, as you've seen today, optimum sound, and optimum impact. And so when we have uncomfortable thoughts and feelings, right? Like conscious or subconscious, our body has responses to them, and that causes these blocks, and they block your impact. They block your technique, they block your sound, they block your energy, and they block your impact. So what's going on in your mind matters, as you saw today, because it affects how the energy lives and it moves through your body, and it has a huge effect on your ability to tap into your fullest potential and succeed with your voice. Guys, energy is the link between mind and body. It is what creates the mind-body connection. And so if the body can't do what the brain is sabotaging, then in order to stop the sabotage so that mind and body can work together when you sing and create that impact, then a huge piece of your work to transform your voice and your singing career, in addition to your technique, has to be in shifting and aligning the energy that's been creating the sabotage. Like I fully know and I fully get that Natalia completely understood intellectually what I was telling her. I know she did. And yet in the moment, the stories that the mind was creating was making it feel like her body couldn't do that, okay? And so we have to be coaching these things like together. Like I need you guys to understand that there is a tripod upon which a successful singing career, singing journey stands. The tripod has 3 legs. There's your skill set, which is your technique. There's your mindset, and then there's your artistry. And for this tripod to be the most powerful, right? Like all these legs of the tripod, these 3 have to be equally as strong without one sabotaging the other. Because think about it. What happens to a tripod that's got wobbly legs? Falls down, right? And for so many of you, you've been trying to build a successful singing journey and feeling frustrated because you're trying to build it on a wobbly tripod that has 1 or more wobbly legs. And so for the most powerful process to transform your singing, your connection to yourself, and the whole way you think about your artistry and your career so you really succeed, obviously, it's so much more than breath support and technique. And so this is what I would say to all of you, because sometimes, as you can see, you're so in it, in that moment with your voice, it's so hard to see the forest through the trees, to see where you're walking into a wall, where you're going wrong, and the habits that you're in, because you're just in the thick of it. You're just too close to it. And let's be honest, I think most of you here right now, a lot of you here right now, you are in the thick of it. And you recognize that you need a huge transformation in your singing if you're going to take it to the next level and make it to those elite opportunities you really want, but you just don't know how to make that happen despite your training and despite your best efforts up to now. And if you're honest, you probably thought many times about these challenges and struggles that you're experiencing, and maybe even tried things that gave you maybe a little improvement here or a little boost there, but nothing that has completely changed the game for you and your singing. But here's the thing, the good news is that we know that there are singers out there every single day successfully making a life out of their gifts. But the problem is that the traditional training that maybe worked for them, it hasn't worked for you, and it's not working for you, or else you wouldn't be in the frustration that you're in. And so if you keep doing the same things that you've always done in the same ways you've always done them, then you're going to keep getting the same results. And you will keep getting what you have always gotten, and you will stay stuck. So if you want a different result, then you need to be willing to do something different. You need to train in a different way that gets better results over a shorter period of time that last. It looks different. It's a different approach. It's a different way of engaging with your voice, your technique, your mindset, your artistry, your whole journey. And it gets you to a different outcome. And the outcome is hypergrowth for big impact when you sing. Because, and this is super important, you guys, and I need each and every one of you to get this, to like really get it. That if you want a higher level of success in your singing, if you want to feel more confident, book elite gigs, get high paying gigs, whatever it is, be able to quit your side job, make a full-time life doing what you love, or just be able to do a really high level avocational experience when you're singing, then you have to understand what your job is as a singer. You have only one. That's it. Only one job as a singer, and that is to impact your audience. That's it. That is your only job as a singer. And without that impact, you'll continue to get passed over for auditions, passed over, watch the opportunities that you want go to other singers. You'll continue to put out recordings, singles, videos, whatever it is, and maybe they get a couple thousand plays instead of hundreds of thousands, even millions of plays. You'll still be tied to your plan B jobs. And so if you're doing this professionally, and if you dream of doing this professionally, of making a significant life out of your gifts, doing it full time, then you must also understand that impact equals income. The bigger the impact, the bigger the income. It is that simple. And so to achieve a higher level of meaningful success in your singing, you must train your impact. So now, I think if you're sitting here today, you guys have been committed. You've been here, right, for 4.5 hours already. You know that you have more in you and you were made for more with your singing. You don't spend 5 hours on a Saturday on your breast support if this doesn't matter to you. You know there's a next level for you. And it will come when your technique, your artistry, and your mindset have all been trained together for maximum impact. And as we were talking about earlier, traditional training just doesn't do that. But I have a feeling you have experienced that for yourselves too, which is why you're here. You know that getting yourself in the right container with the right method and the right mentors and the right support will not just change your singing, but will change your life. Because look, as serious singers, if you are not able to do what you love, share your gifts at the highest level, live your potential, let's be honest, that affects every aspect of your life. Knowing that you have a gift, a potential, that you just aren't living and don't know how and can't live it to its fullest. Knowing that you have to watch another year pass where you're seeing somebody else up there on that stage living your dream, while you're still stuck in the audience thinking, that should be me. How many of you have had that experience? I remember that from early in my career. That should be me. I'm way better than them. Why are they up there and I'm down here? But that was before I knew all of this. How many birthdays, how many New Years where you said to yourself, this year will be different, only to watch that dream fade even further into the rearview mirror because making the kind of impact to break through still eludes you and nobody's teaching you how to do that. It sucks. It's painful. And if we're honest, it affects our self-worth, self-esteem, your relationships in ways you probably never even noticed, you guys, that's connected, but they are, and it's real. Imagine being on fire in your singing, doing what you love every day. How does that change how you show up in all other aspects of your life? It does. Trust me, it does. The way you show up to your relationships, the way you show up to people you date, or even the kinds of people you would choose to date if you were living your potential, living your gifts, and actualizing your passion. Think about that. Like the way you show up to your spouse or your kids when you're doing what you do and lights you up every day. It's very different than how you show up to your spouse or your kids when you're in the suck and you're wondering if you're going to have this light in you that gets squished out and have regret. So yes, this is about your singing, guys, but no, it's not. I see this all the time. I talk to so many singers. It's about the domino effect into all the other aspects of your life when you're not living your potential and learning how to access that full potential and turn it into impact. That comprehensive foundation is what we teach here. That's what we teach in our intensive training program. So the intensive is a way to ensure that you have everything you need to get out there and deliver when it counts and make that giant impact, to make sure that you're not foregoing opportunities because you're insecure about whether your voice will show up when you need it, whether you will stand out above the competition, whether your voice could hold up to 6 performances in a row without vocal fatigue, whether you deserve it. So to ensure that you have the best possible foundation of your skill set and your mindset to go out there and actually achieve the goals that you have for your singing, instead of it feeling like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. To that end, I'm offering those of you who are here in this boot camp and have participated here a special discount to do our game-changing 4-month intensive training program. So I will put your investment from this boot camp towards your program tuition, whether you came in at 49 or whether you're a VIP at 3, whatever. But not only that, guys, I will give you $1,000 to put towards your tuition. So if you're the kind of person that likes to follow an exact blueprint and wants an A to Z roadmap to not just work on your technique here, but to get the entire foundation, mindset, skill set, artistry, and to have expert eyes and ears on you telling you what to do, how to do it, just like we did here today. Make sure you're doing it right. Like you guys, like you saw, I will light a fire under your butt and I will not let you go until you have what you want, because that's how we show up here. And a system that will get you predictable and repeatable results in your voice, then that's what the intensive training program is for, and it is probably for you. So it is an intensive, all-in-one, holistic approach to your journey. It addresses your technique, your mindset, and your artistry all together, so you know how to access your full potential, stand out from the competition, and land those opportunities and keep them coming. So really there's 4 key pillars involved. It is a 4-month intensive. We do technique accelerator. That's the first part, where we rapidly make sure there's no gaps in the technique and we nail down technical mastery. We work breath support, we work resonance. Those are the 2 essential elements. You've gotten some really good tools today, but like I was talking about earlier about the shape and space and all of that stuff, like that's resonance, and that was the tip of the iceberg on that, okay? But we're gonna deep dive into both of these in the program, where we're teaching you these game-changing high-level techniques that ensure reliability, quickly eliminate tension, strain, bad habits. Like this is the bedrock of your ability to tap into the fullest potential of your voice, no matter what, and deliver with full confidence every single time, so you can get out there and start hitting these more elite, these more higher paying, if that's your thing, whatever it is that you want to do with your voice that you can't do right now. The second pillar is all about unleashing your unique artistry. So most vocal coaches, they only teach technique, which is why their clients are not out there getting hired and getting paid. And so we're going to take you through a powerful process to immediately tap into your unique energy, your unique sound, and show you how to unleash that for maximum impact and performance. So you're the one they want to hire, you're the one they want to cast, you're the one they want to listen to over and over and over again. And then the third piece is what we've been talking about. It's mindset. It's a blueprint for mastering your mindset. And you cannot do either of these first 2 pieces. You cannot build technical mastery. You cannot unleash your unique artistry if you're being sabotaged by what's going on in your head, both on stage and off, that you don't even realize. And so in this blueprint, we teach you advanced professional mindset strategies, so you will perform to your potential, 100% of your potential, every single time, because we have taught you how to get out of your own way. And then finally, the last piece is all about support, world-class support. Because I get that this matters so much to you guys. You are passionate, you are driven, you are committed. And I get that if you could have done this on your own by now and fixed these issues, you would have. And this is honestly where most training drops the ball. Like they either hand you a bunch of information and leave you on your own to practice and figure out how to do it, Or if they do give you support, it's minimal and you waste a lot of time between lessons not having anybody to check in with to, number one, see if what you're practicing is correct, or do you just continue to practice in all the old bad habits without realizing it and reinforcing those. And number two, there's nobody mirroring back to you all the ways that you're getting in your own way that you don't even see. And so we're the opposite of that. We're with you every step of the way, implementing these strategies correctly and in a timely manner. We're building your transformation right alongside you. And so here's how we deliver that. You get weekly technique training modules. You get weekly mind-body integration modules. You're doing all of that work on your own. And it's not like, oh my God, 9 hours of stuff. It's, 45 minutes a day, 90 minutes a day that you can space out throughout your day. And then you come into class. And it's individual weekly coaching in our group studio classes, 2 to 3 times a week, depending on what phase of the program you are, where you have my eyes and ears on you, making sure that we're just like we did today, where we're coaching and we're making sure that you are implementing it correctly in the moment of your body, coaching skill set and mindset in that moment. You have weekly group mindset calls. You have one-on-one accountability mentoring with your own mindset coach, who will be your coach one-on-one for your mindset as you move through the program. It is a safe space, guys. It is a community and a safe space where you get to go beyond your comfort zone in a very compassionate and very supportive community. And it's kind of like an artistic incubator, like to be amongst like-minded artists where you can learn and take action and grow and achieve your goals together. So I mentioned I'm giving you $1,000, but not just that. So our usual tuition for the program, like if you go on my website, our tuition for the program is usually $9K. And I know how many of you here have attended our accelerator workshops, and during those, I have from time to time offered a $2,000 bonus on that tuition that brings it down to $7,000, or 4 monthly payments of $1,897. But for those of you here in this boot camp, whether you're here live now or you're watching in the replay, I'm giving you guys an extra $1,000 as a bonus to put towards your tuition, which takes it down to just $6K, or 4 payments of $1,700. Okay, but to take advantage of that, guys, you have to get on my call calendar to talk to me about it by Friday this week. Doesn't mean you have to have the call by Friday. I know there will be some of you who maybe bleed into next week, but as long as you have booked your call by Friday, we are taking tuition down to pre-COVID tuition. Okay, the tuition has not been this low. And the reason I'm doing this is because you guys are the ones who are super committed. A lot of you came to the reset. 5 hours of your time have been important to you enough to donate on your Saturday to getting past these issues. And I want to give you an extra bonus because you are the ones who are committed. So I'm going to put a link to my calendar to schedule a call in the chat here. There's the link. Ashley just put it in the chat. We will talk. It's not a coaching call. We're going to talk. I will answer your questions. It's just a discovery call to see if the intensive training program really is a good fit for you. We can go over all of the details, make sure it's going to meet your goals, your specific singing goals, and then we will decide together. I will answer any lingering questions you have, and if it feels like a fit to move forward, then you have a massive $3,000 discount to put towards your tuition, whether you do the monthly or whether you do the pay in full. So that link is in the chat. I also want to put the all of the program info that's on my website. I want to give you a link to that so you can also check that out if you want. Ash, will you put that into the chat? So you guys, this is where all the information about everything I just went over lives on my website, but don't enroll through there, because if you do, it's going to be $9K, and I'm giving you all the discounts. So just disregard the pricing, which is listed as our normal tuition. Book your call with me. We'll go over it, and then you'll get the discount. So guys, I'm not offering this. I want you to know I'm not publishing this rate outside anywhere for anywhere else. This is only for you, and it expires if you don't get on my calendar by Friday. So I want you to finish what you started here today, because I think you understand that while bulletproof support is essential, it's not enough. It's so important, but you need the other legs of the tripod to succeed, to go from tension and fatigue and strain to freedom, to learn how to trust your technique and your body so that mind and body are working for you instead of against you, and how to own your sound, tap into that special sauce that you have. I mean, could you guys imagine, like, no more frustration, no more anxiety of watching somebody else get an opportunity that you want while you're stuck at the same level that you've been at for ages. But instead, it's your curtain call. It's your song on the radio. It's your time walking onto that stage and looking out and the biggest crowd of your life and thinking, I did this. Because you have to really think about what it's costing you not to own your voice, not to own the big life that you want to create with your talent, whatever that looks like to you, and be able to do the thing that would get you there right now. It's costing you opportunities. It's costing you income. It's costing you impact. And while those things are frustrating, guys, to me, they're not the real cost. Like, what is it really costing you not to own your voice? Type it into the chat. How do you feel when you know you have potential in you, but it's been 10 years, 15 years, and you're still not actualizing it? How does it feel to know you have this great sound in you? And sometimes it comes out, but not always. And so you hold back from doing opportunities that could change everything for you. Yes, this is about your singing, but no, it's not. What is it really costing you to have a gift and constantly feel like you're hitting a ceiling when all you want to do is live your fullest potential? So that's what we do in the intensive, guys, every day. Teaching you skill set, heart set, mindset, needed to go from exceptional talent to exceptional success. Y'all have talent. Everybody has talent. Talent, believe it or not, is a dime a dozen. It's how you actualize it and learn the skills to get out of your own way and lean into what you need to that allows that to become opportunity and success. So get on my calendar, let's talk. And while I'm thinking about it, for those of you who really want to train in the program and get this massive discount, but you still need some help with finding the investment, like 6K might be a stretch for you, I want to put into the chat, Ashley, will you put in the chat the tuition resources and financing docs? So this is a doc that I put together that gives you some resources like 0% interest credit cards, like third-party funding partners. And again, we can talk about all of this. I'm willing to get creative with you around the payment, but you have to get on my call calendar so we can come up with a good plan and a good option for you. So again, here's that link. So we can chat about the program, pick a time that works for you. And remember, you have to book the call before Friday so that you get that extra $1,000 and that tuition discount. Takes it all the way down to 6K, okay? All right, so I want to open it up for Q&A. I realize that we've gone over time, but it's really important to me that you guys understand that there's another way to train out there that gets better results in a shorter period of time so that you don't have to lose the joy, exactly like you guys were talking about who we're coaching today, okay? Okay, so let's open it up for some Q&A. You can use the raise hand function. You guys know where to find it. If you look on your device and the Zoom screen under reactions, it's the little heart. If you tap that, you can use the raise hand function. And I will answer as many as I can. I understand we will go over. Again, if you have to, take off at a certain point, you will have the recording that you can go back and watch. Okay, Tess, you have a question. Go ahead and unmute.
Did you hear me? Oh, I should
No,
start again.
No, I can. I can hear
Oh,
you.
you did? Okay. So my question is very basic. I'm very glad to have found you to be able to take breath as the first thing. But when you talk about the container, is the container just once filled and then you keep holding it in a way, not allowing it to escape you? No. All right.
So there's two pieces of this. There's creating the container, and then there's leaning into the container.
Okay.
So creating the container is what we do on the inhale when we are releasing the body into the breath, like we talked about. So making sure that we're not taking the breath, but we're releasing the body. So that creates the container. You can see how that creates, right? I let my belly soften, I let my ribs soften, and everything just, if I blow out my air, that's the creation of the container. And then I use my muscles of support, and we were talking about these and these and these, to flex down and through how we were talking about. And that is what like maintains the container. If we hold, we will just create tension and it doesn't achieve the same thing. So it's that idea of flexing and flowing through that container that actually keeps it open. But you can't think keep it, because then you'll hold and you'll get into the tension. You have to think flow through, just like we were working on like with Bryn and with Jacqueline. Does that make sense?
That part does make sense. So then do you create the container each time you take a breath in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the
All right.
container will be more or less expanded depending on how long the phrase was that you just sang. So if you just sing, this was kind of like what Laylisa's question was addressing a little bit before, which is if you sing a really short phrase, you're not moving through much air. You haven't moved through much of anything, and it's just happy birthday. Okay. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It hasn't gone much of anywhere. If I was going to breathe there, I would release a little bit of air would come in because I haven't used a whole lot, and I would then go again. Happy birthday to you. Like, you know. But if I sing a long phrase, eventually these will fold in. We want to delay that, right? But eventually they will. We want to delay that, and we want to resist a massive contraction. So if I was going to go, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday. Like you could see there was more of a, but I didn't do this. Happy birthday to you. Like I resisted that, which is why I could sing such a long phrase. Make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, thank you.
Cool, good question. Okay, David, I see your hand. Go ahead and unmute.
Okay, great. Say, I have a question about imploding.
Yeah.
All right. So, is imploding the same thing as really just focusing my attention on the support and the sustenance of the breath, or is it also just thinking the sound going down and out?
Right. So what it is, to speak to what we were just talking about how the body's going to follow what the brain tells it. So it's just a tool to be able to keep your body in this like sensation when you're making sound, because you feel you're directing your brain to think about the phrase and the sound as coming into you instead of moving out of you.
Okay.
So if I think implode, right? Like I'm something is coming in, right? So if you like have a dinner party, you got to open the door so that the people can come in. You know what I'm saying? And you got to keep that open so that people can come in. Versus if I think explode, or what usually happens in singers' heads is like, oh, I got the sound out. I got to get the high note out. The high note is out up here. And now I'm pushing and reaching. My body's going to respond to that thought. And it's gonna push, and everything is gonna go this way. But as we know, that's not efficient when it comes to how we want to use our support to get the best sound. So the idea of implode implies, well, if you're bringing something in, we gotta make room for it. And also, if you're thinking imploding the sound, you're just not gonna force and push because you're thinking the opposite. So it's just kind of a way of setting up the direction of the energy that you want for something that serves. Make sense?
So I have in the past thought of throwing my voice out into an auditorium.
And my guess is you are also throwing it, like you probably really are, in your body.
Right, okay.
Right, right. So drink it in, bring it to you, okay?
And the resultant resonance will be actually greater than, because it'll be, I won't be breathy or pushing. It'll be
right, exactly. Because your body's going to follow that direction. Okay, you want me to implode? I'm going here. And what you're doing is then you're stabilizing all of this that stabilizes the diaphragm. And so you're only going to move the air that you need. which gives you much more resonance, much more focused sound. You're not going to have tension because that push, that explode, does the opposite.
Okay, so if I've got another question, but I'll let somebody else go.
You can ask. Go ahead.
Okay.
Because odds are somebody has the same question.
On a what is quite a high note for me, which is an F sharp. I've got 3 of them at the end of an aria. Do you think support-wise, you don't think give it a little more gas?
Oh, you might, but the direction of the gas needs to be this way.
Down and out.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, so listen to the difference in my sound. If I'm going to go up on a high note from one of my arias, if I do it the wrong way, like, did you see everything go this way? And the note was kind of shrill, it was kind of narrow, it was kind of strident, okay? Now watch my body do the other thing. This, okay?
Right.
Yeah, so I'm definitely giving more down and out than I would if I was just going to stay in that middle voice and not have a larger jump into my higher range, you know?
Okay.
But again, that more juice, it needs to go that way, not that way.
Got it.
Cool. Good question. Good. Okay, Heather, and then Lelisa on deck.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. My number 1 question is, how do you know the difference between not like holding, like setting it and holding, but also not going all out at the beginning so that you expend all of it and then you're like, oh.
Right. That's a good question. And that's something that just takes time in the saddle.
Okay.
Really, because it's finding that sweet spot. So you will know if you've gone too far, too fast, too soon into your flex, into your appoggio. You won't have any. There's nowhere for you to go. There's nowhere for you to lean into, and you'll feel kind of tight and like because you're not done singing, but you're done with how much you can flow through your support, right? Versus if you hold back. If you can serve, you kind of end up in the same spot, believe it or not. So thinking of it as a flex and flow. Sounds good, David. Thinking of it as a consistent like flex that is, you guys, it's not the force of the support that matters. It's the consistency of moving through it. So you need to start to I like to do it with hands on the body because I can feel like if I'm going to do a long phrase, I can feel, oh my God, I got to my max. I feel what that is here. I feel like I can't go any further, but I'm not done singing. Okay, so I'm still going to move through, but I'm just going to graduate it more. And it is just the kind of thing that just takes time in the saddle. And finding that sweet spot of knowing what happens when I don't give enough. Because if you don't give enough, then what's going to happen is you're holding back. Just like I forget which one of our VIP volunteers this was happening to. But she was holding back and then she had to go too fast to get to push it to the end. You know what I mean? And you might feel airy, you might feel tension, you might feel inconsistency of tone, you might get pitchy. Like any of those things, if they're happening, might be a flag. But it is also the kind of thing that if you have a coach who can identify that, like if I was working with you, right, I would be able to say to you in that moment, okay, Heather, do it again. And I want you to pay attention. And when I say good, yes, good, it means that you're moving through. And so now you can clock that. And if I say, wait, what, you notice how today I was asking everybody, what did you notice about that? What did you feel? What did that feel like to you? It's helping you start to identify, because at the beginning, it's hard for you to notice it in yourself because you're so used to habits, you know? And so to have expert eyes and ears be able to say, okay, wait, what was that? What did you notice about that? And then you actually pay attention and you clock it. And I'm saying, yeah, that's the thing where you're doing a little and then you push too much. Or that's the thing where you go too far, too fast, too soon. And then you start to have the outside eyes and ears be able to tell you in that moment what's happening. And then you can check in somatically and say, oh, that's the feeling of that. You know what I'm saying? But you can also do that for yourself to some degree if you're really good at being present to noticing in your body without judgment. Like a couple times I asked people today, can you just check in with your mind and follow your body through the phrase and see if you notice when you go from flex to contract, or see if you notice when you hold. And in that moment, they would check in, and odds are whatever they were doing was way better when they did it because they were in the present moment of what they were doing and noticing it, you know? Yeah, but
So
it's time in the saddle. Yeah.
it would change from phrase to phrase then?
What would
If
change?
it the how you do it. Like if you're doing a shorter phrase, you would move more quickly, or
No,
oh,
no. It's okay. It's a good question. It really is. I'm glad you asked it. So what you're doing doesn't change. You're always flexing and flowing through, okay? But if you have a shorter phrase, let's say it was 3 beats, you're only going to get from here to here. If you have a longer phrase, you're going to get all the way flex and all the way down here. So if you have a shorter phrase and you're going too fast, you're going to get from here to here. And you didn't need that. It's short. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of visualizing it kind of like a spectrum, like an elevator, like something that has degrees, you know what I mean? That you move through. Help? That help?
yes, it
Okay,
did.
good.
And can we
Okay.
ask questions in the group? If
In the Facebook group?
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. For
Okay.
sure. Yeah. Okay, Lisa, and then Bryn.
Another weird Leia Lisa question.
It's okay.
I um I recently had a wellness assessment and they did some tests on me where
Put
they
your
asked
mic,
me,
put your mic closer to you. Face
is
it
that
to you.
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. They asked me to exhale into a valve, a tube to a valve, and hold a pressure of 40 millimeters of mercury for like 20 seconds. And I could barely hit the 40, and I did the 30, and I said, I can give you 30 as long as you want it. But I was curious if, you know that my journey with my chest voice has been, has been ongoing. And I was curious if there's any information on measuring the pressures, on whether or not, if I could make that 40 pressure, if I can figure out what those muscles are, which I'm working on, um, if those, if is that a good
Maybe,
way to help get in touch with things to work on?
maybe that would be the case, maybe not. It's hard to say. Like, I would say to get from 30 to 40, and by the way, let me just preface all of this by saying, for our purposes, I don't actually think it matters. So let me just preface it with that, okay? But I would venture to say that if you engaged more pelvic floor and that more deeper core down flex engagement, that you would probably get to 40, is my guess, but maybe not. But also, it's like that purpose in whatever wellness check you were doing, like, I don't know what they were trying to figure out with that in that circumstance, but like for our purposes, I don't think it matters. Again, what matters is the consistency, not the force.
All that I came away with is I could feel myself making the same. Um, it felt like when I'm trying to reach reach notes in my chest voice that I don't usually. So I took it away and I thought exactly what you just said, which was core and pelvic floor. And I changed my exercise regimen about 7 weeks ago. And what do you know? 2 weeks ago, I'm getting more chest notes. So
Okay, but again, it's like that support is the higher you go in chest voice, the more of that core support you need. And your habit traditionally has been to default and go to head voice in those moments. So as you go higher in each register, the more support you need. And so as you go higher in chest, you're able to get more core of the sound and be able to sustain that because your support is deeper as you rise in chest voice. So
I
it
mean, I
would
was
make
perfectly
sense.
happy with where I was, and it was just I was singing something, and it was like, oh, that's a whole different thing. I wasn't even trying.
But right, but it sounds to me like you accessed a little more depth. So you guys, depth is different than force, right? That core lower pelvic floor got engaged in a deeper way, more consistently, which was able to support that chest voice sound, is what it sounds like to me. But
It
we'll
sounds like it
we'll
was a body awareness tool. I might go back and be no different on the pressure, but I was able to feel the sensations and take those and turn them into some kind of
yeah,
action.
bring it to studio class when we do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
Bryn.
I was curious if you had any other thoughts on like mindset for making the straight tone feel or sound good, and then any next step to master this breath support with movement, moving
Meaning
on
while
stage
you're
and
moving on
things?
stage? Yeah. So
Yes.
yeah, so that also is just something that's like a muscle memory, right? Like it's like being able to just do this. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
the more conditioned it gets in your body, like I can do cartwheels all around the stage and it will show up because I know where that is, I know how to do it, and it doesn't matter whatever else I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that's probably not the answer that you wanted, but it is just like conditioning and time in the saddle so that it becomes muscle memory. Right now you have to think about it. And so if you were, but it actually facilitates movement a lot more easily. So for example, singers, like we work with a lot of musical theater singers who have to dance on stage. And, dancers are notorious for two things. Number one, not breathing, like notorious for holding in their core and not like actually breathing. And number two, for doing the suck and tuck, which also makes it really hard to breathe. The suck and tuck, which is like, And so basic movement on stage doesn't, this is not going to require a whole lot of training for you with this. You know what I'm saying? Like as once you find the coordination, just start moving with it. Just walk as you do your exercise, walk around the room. You know what I mean? If you're actually dancing, right? Then it's like more specific training, understanding how to release your breath when you're actually releasing and how to like make sure that as you breathe that you're not like doing this.
Mm-hmm.
But that is hard art to teach your body how to do that. But it's the same technique, it's the same tactic of release, but it's just being able to do it more swiftly. But it actually makes it easier to dance and sing at the same time because you get more air when you release. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good. And the
On
chest
this, yeah.
mindset stuff. When I was watching you, I didn't really think I wasn't getting a hit that there was mindset going on in there for you. Like I didn't feel like your mind had ideas around what straight tone should be or shouldn't be. I'm not sure. I wasn't getting that hit because when we activated some of the other parts of your body as you were doing it, like body fell in beautifully. So if you're identifying certain things certain ideas, beliefs, whatever that you have around straight tone that might not be serving you, jot them down. And when we're in studio class, let me know and we'll see if there's some mindset work around it,
It might be that when I listen in, I'm like, is it as I'm doing it? Like,
Oh, okay. Well, so
I'm
here's something.
thinking,
Yeah,
I don't know that this really sounds
right.
like it should.
Yeah. So you guys, you understand, right? That like what you hear in your head is not what we hear out here. So that's like the first belief that you need to just like get that what it sounds like in your head is never, guys, ever what it sounds like out here. I mean, you've all heard yourself on a voicemail or something, and you're like, is that me? Right? So number one is, well, not just number one, like number everything is your job is to find the feeling of the good sound, not the sound of the good sound. Your job is to focus on the sensation. That's why you guys noticed today that not a single time did I ask any one of our volunteers, what did that sound like to you? Not a single time. It was always, what did that feel like to you? Was there a sensation, an image of, you know what I'm saying? Because most of the time when we are doing what you're doing, which is listening, judging, listening, judging, listening, judging, number one, we're judging based on a sound that is not reality. It is not what we hear out here. So now you're listening and judging and making all of these manipulations in your body to try to create a sound that sounds great in your head, but it's actually not the best sound that we hear out here. And number two, you're putting yourself in that spin of insecurity. Is it right? Am I doing it? Did it sound good? And now you're not in the present moment with your body. And so you're not going to be in that moment of creating what you otherwise could create because you're all up in the spin of your mind. And so what I would give you right now is just that idea of my job is to feel the feeling of the good sound and recreate the feeling of the good sound, not the sound of the good sound. Listen to the accompaniment, listen to the band or the orchestra, but do not listen to yourself. Feel yourself. And the more you can bring yourself into the present moment to do that, instead of being in the spin of your mind, the easier it will be for all of you, not just for Bryn.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Okay, Guy.
You can hear me now?
Yes, of course.
My question is when you're singing in your highest register full voice, then what are you doing different than when you're just singing like in a regular mid register?
So
Especially if it's loud.
yeah. So for our purposes today, I'm just going to focus on what I'm doing in my support because there are other things that have to do with resonance, shape, and space that if I spoke about them today, it wouldn't make sense because you haven't been trained on it. So I'm just going to focus on what's happening in my support. The higher we go in each register, so not the higher we go in our overall voice, but the higher we go in each register. So for ladies, the higher we go in chest voice, the higher we go in head voice. For gentlemen, the higher we go in our modal voices, which is chest and head, and then the higher we go in falsetto. The higher we go in each register, the more support we need. What that means is the flow is the same, the consistency is the same, but the depth is going to be more. I'm gonna send it more down towards pelvic floor the higher that I get versus if I'm just singing something super easy in my middle range, I'm still flowing and I'm still flexing, but the depth is just kind of like not that low core pelvic floor that I need if I'm gonna be at top of chest in like a belt or top of head in my like upper coloratura extension. So where that can get a little tricky for singers is that they think that as they're transitioning registers, that even though, let's say this is chest voice and this is head voice, right? Even though this note might be higher on the scale than this note is in head voice, it is the lower part of your head voice. This note is in chest voice, it is the higher part of your chest voice. If I'm gonna do like a larger interval from this is going to need more support in chest voice than if I sang it in the same exact note in head voice. And by more support, what I mean is depth, that the core muscles, like we were talking earlier, kind of feeling like you're pooping, like really leaning down consistently and gently and over the course of whatever that phrase and that note is. If you visualize like the elevator of support, right? And that lowest core that we need for those highest parts of each register is like the basement, right? If I'm not in those high parts of each register, I'm going down to the first floor for sure, but I don't need to go all the way down to the basement. You know what I mean? So does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, cool. Cherie and then Abby on deck. Oh, hold on, Cherie, unmute. Hi, good to see you. Wait, now you were unmuted and now you're muted again. How'd that happen?
Is that good?
Yes, now I can hear
Okay,
you.
sorry. I know it got said many times, but certain words don't connect in the same way. Like to me, flex is you're putting your foot up and doing a flex as opposed to a point, like ballet or like yoga. And
Okay.
so you say flex and down, I'm like, what is the body?
Okay.
I still get confused with that.
No, that's okay. So I'm just gonna make it make sense for you in your language, okay? For you, you need to point. This is pointing, not flexing, pointing for you.
Really?
Do you see? Yeah, because you associate flex with a contraction and you associate point with an extension, okay?
Oh.
So you guys, this is just for Cherie, okay? Like this is just so her brain
My
can
own
wrap around, okay? But you guys, what it has to do with is contract, pull in versus extend and lean out and down, okay?
But what I want to do is extend and lean down, right?
Right.
Yes.
And so I think you associate point with doing that, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so for you, every time you hear me say flex, you need to translate in your head, if you're thinking about feet, this, okay? Not this, not me like, flexing my foot up, okay?
Okay. And then just one other quick question. When I do, and one of the members, I think his name was David, made a comment, but I wrote in the, in the chat, I feel a tickling, like a tickling on my lips when I do the.
Yes, that's how you know you're doing it right.
Right, that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure because it always feels when I do that I can go farther and I'm really relaxed, and I tend to be very tense. So that's a way that I test.
Yep. So
corrected
if
that.
it feels like, if it makes you want to itch your nose,
Yes,
that's a tell. Not everybody may feel that, but that is a good tell that it is a buzzy vibration here. But also, what I want to also point out is, you said, like, when I feel that, like, it's super relaxed, it's just easy for me to hook into the vibration. Like, you guys pay attention to these things, okay? If it feels tense, if it feels hard, if it feels forced, you know what I'm saying? If it doesn't feel good, if it feels strained, like, that is your body telling you that you're not doing it right. That's your body telling you that you're not in this efficiency, because every single one of you has mentioned in some way, shape, or form, whether you coached today or you commenting like Cherie, that when you're doing it right, it feels free, it feels open, it feels easy. Pay attention to that, because yes, you are right. If it feels, it doesn't mean that you're not doing something, but what you're doing is creating ultimate freedom up here, rather than something that feels hard, tense, strained, whatever the case may be. So pay attention to those things.
Is that good for building your voice when you do those? Because I really get that. That's the one thing I do.
Yes. No, Lip Trills is really good for conditioning correct support.
Oh. That's what
so, because if you're not supporting in the correct way, the lip trill is not going to be there for you consistently. It will come in and out.
And then one more question. I did come in late, so I don't know if you're going to like this one, but if Ashley or whoever takes care, I don't know how to get over to the MP3 and get those exercises.
Okay. So were you able to open up the masterclass workbook?
No. I don't think so yet.
So I'm going to put the link, Ashley will put the link in the chat again to the masterclass workbook.
Okay.
By the way, if you guys came in late, this is where the MP3 is for the practice exercises and everything are on the last page. You can click on the PDF. You can just click and download. It will open a Dropbox and you can just download it. Okay. So if you click on that, Cherie, if you click on that link.
Okay. That you just put up right now?
It should open up. Okay.
That's something else. Okay.
Yeah, so if you click on that link in the chat, it should open up in a new window, and that's the workbook. And if you
there you go. Okay, I see.
If you scroll to the last page, then that's where you can download all the MP3s. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good. You're welcome. All right, Abby, and then last but not least, Virginia.
Am I unmuted now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
It's good to see you.
Hi. Yeah, I have been teaching voice, as you know, for 50 years, and I learn all the time because, well, when I was 57 years old, I'm 74 now. When I was 57 in Europe, I auditioned to be in the conservatory so I could actually do it. And they said, you're too old. When I was 57. Yeah, they said that because my voice went in the middle of singing. I mean, it just did that for the first time. And it was something, and they said it had to do with my hormones. And they said, you can't sing. Well, I've been singing ever since, but it still is a problem, that thing. Okay. And I know that using a lot of support helps it, but it's like, I mean, how much support can you use with this body if it's getting older? That's my question.
Right. Well, so, everybody's bodies age differently. Right? Some people are able to keep muscle tone and shape, and they continue exercise, workout, and so the muscles just have more tone and coordination as they get older. Other people may not have that or have kept up with that, and so it's harder for those muscles to have muscle tone and do the things. It doesn't mean, though, that you can't do it. Whatever boat you're in, right? It's like muscles can always be trained, muscles can always be coordinated. But I will be totally honest and say that when it comes to age and voice, it's most of the time, I'd say 80% of the time, it's not the actual age of the actual chords of the actual voice. It's the body that it's in and how it has actually aged with, muscle
Oh,
tone and
right.
coordination,
Well, I
or
understand that. I just wonder, I
yeah.
mean, sometimes when I'm doing your technique, which is very different than the way I learned, and I'm really glad I learned it, it's new to me and I'm older and I'm wondering, can I really make those muscles do that now?
Yes, of course you can. Of course you can. Because it doesn't take, it's not like you need to do sit-ups every day in order to do this. You guys, you do not. You don't. Like, it's just being able to condition the right muscles in the right way. I mean, look at Pavarotti. Like, the guy weighed 350 pounds, okay? Like, he was not hitting the gym every day. And yet, he trained the internal intrinsic muscles of support
Yeah,
day
well,
in and day
yeah,
out in order to show up the way
yeah,
he
but
needed them
he
to.
started young doing it right.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know what his training journey was like. I don't know. But you don't have to have started young in order to do it right now. It is, you guys, it's a thought. When you change the thought, when you give your body a different direction, it's just being really
Okay.
intentional.
Well, my last question about this is, it's difficult for me to balance the physical. Artistry is something I know a lot about, but the physical with the artistry so that it's fun to do. And I'm not so physical that I still have to let the song sing me. I still have to feel the song. I have to feel the lyrics. And if I'm so focused on these darn muscles, it's really
Right. No, I totally appreciate that. And if you still have to focus on it, then it's not muscle memory yet.
yes, that's true.
So here's how I always, when I'm coaching the singers in our intensive program, for example, what I always say, which is that you do your technique practice, and when you're in your technique practice, you are very intentional and present in the moment with your body about the directions that you're giving it,
Right.
so that you are conditioning the good new habit. When you go to perform, you are in the moment with the story, with what you're doing, and that technique will show up for you in as much as it has been conditioned in your body. And I will also,
that's what I figured.
yeah, but I will also tell you, all of you, that a lot of times singers get more bang for your buck out of your technique and get the technique to show up better when in performance, when they're just really in the moment of the story. But that only happens if they've been conditioning the correct thing all along in their practice.
Right. Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Okay, Virginia.
Thank you, Arden.
Yep.
I'm coming up with a metaphor that I'm wondering, I want to run it by you because it might have a pitfall, but it's meaningful to me personally. This is regarding the down and out and the implode. I want to think of not necessarily my breath, but the flow of my energy as being in a torus or toroid shape. Is that helpful, or do you think there's a pitfall there? Because I'm finding myself doing that.
Remind me, I'm not familiar. What's a toro shape? What is that shape?
So a torus is like, it goes like this.
Oh, like the things of a bull, like the horns of a horns of a
Not exactly. It's like an orange, like the peel, and then it goes up the center, and that it's a
Okay.
natural energy form in nature. It's
Okay.
an energy form that tends to sustain energy.
Okay. So
I like
this
it because it's circular.
so this image that you have of the energy, are you using it on the inhale? Are you using it when you're phonating? When are you using it? And
Well, I'm
what is
finding
it?
that when I get to the down and out, and then I want to implode, it's like I'm down and out, and then the air is coming in the top of my body. So it's a way for me to connect that in a natural circular flow. Because
Yeah.
I'm caught up in the like up and down, in and out.
Sure. Yeah. So I like the in and down part of it. I don't love, well, I
Not
like
breath,
this.
energy, not breath, energy.
Yeah, I know. I like the cyclical nature of it, like the ongoing nature of it, and I like the in and down nature of it. But if energetically, we don't want to go like this. We want to go like this. We don't want to go like this. So what I'm going to actually suggest is I want you to flip this torus thing. I want you to flip it so that it's going like this.
Ah, I like it.
Okay? Because that's going to help you to stay nice and like out, 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 out. You know what I'm saying? Just don't give in to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't give in to the in. There really is no in. I just want you to like out, 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 like cyclical feeling like that way. Might be an interesting thing to play with it.
I love it. I love it.
Cool. Good. All right. Last but not least, Jacqueline.
Yeah, so I have like a practical question with the MP3. I've used them in the past, and what I noticed in the mom, whatever, my brain's tired right now. It's very fast, and I know one of the things that we talked about that I need to work on is taking my time and slowing down. And when I listen to it, it's too fast, so I can't implement all the stuff, and then I get lost. So is there a way to slow it down?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, not well, it depends. If you wanted to actually slow down the recording, you'd probably need some sort of app or something to run it through, which you could do. But what I'm going to suggest is doing one of two things.
Yeah.
First thing is, are you a piano player? Do you play piano?
I play enough, yeah.
Okay, so you can like just plunk, right? All you need to do is plunk the first note or the chord. You don't even need to plunk the whole chord. You can just plunk the first note. And I wouldn't even right now bother using the MP3. I want you to be able to just, plunk the first note and then do what you need to do. Let your breath come in. Let your breath come in. You know what I mean? Go at your own speed. If any of the others of you were wondering this and having, this concern and you don't play an instrument, use the pause button. So get the key, hear the chord, then pause it. Let your breath come in, do what you're gonna do. Unpause it, let it play, get the next chord, pause it. You can absolutely do it that way too. Yeah, good question.
Is it typically 1-5-1? Is that what we're doing there, or?
It depends on which exercise. So if it's the lip trill, it's 1-5-1. If it's a mamomu, it's an arpeggio, 1-3-5. If it's mi ma, it starts on 5 and kind of noodles down to 1. So it kind of, depends. So
I can listen to it and then figure. I'm musical enough. I can listen to it and figure it out where it is on the keyboard. Okay, and this just practice being intentional with my. I don't want to say my inhale, but my release and getting settled. Because one thing I did notice that made a huge difference, and you probably noticed it too, is when I took that moment and I lifted myself up. And I think that's also mindset. It's like one time you told me, what if I stepped into my greatness? That's like me actually, whoa, what if I did that? Yeah.
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 Yeah, that is totally mindset too. But I'm celebrating you for stepping into that today and for letting yourself explore that and experience that. And I'm telling you, Jacqueline, the sound that came out on those phrases when you did that, I'm excited for you to watch the recording back, because it was just so much more embodied, and there was so much more just like beautiful tones and overtones that we could actually hear because you were like in them rather than just like trying to shut them out. You know what I mean?
I just want to say this because I think it might help people. It's like, I know I can sing when like nobody's listening and I'm just doing me, but as soon as somebody says something, I go into, and then I get into my head and it's like, oh, I can't do this. I suck. I'm terrible. What am I doing? Why am I wasting my time? And it's a constant, exhausting battle. And I'm finally shifting into, no, I really can sing if I can get out of my own way.
Right. So, I mean, yes. And like it can be really hard in that moment.
Yes,
right?
totally.
Which is exactly when we were working. Sometimes it just takes somebody who's outside you to kind of shift something in a certain way, with giving you a new belief or giving you something to question or giving you a new frame around what you're doing, to be able to step into that, you know? And I mean, well, you guys, like, this is what we do all the time in intensive training program, because in the intensive, this is merging mindset and technique in the moment of singing. And we did some of that today, but really, you know, a lot of us have had experiences with self-actualization. Maybe it's doing like therapy, or maybe it's doing some sort of like mindful practice or self-actualization workshop or whatever, and we learn all these amazing things about ourselves and we feel so good, and then we go right back into the moment of singing and it's all like, you know, all of the demons and everything comes back and the body shuts down because nobody's showing you. You know, those practitioners do amazing work, but they're not experts in vocal technique and vocal practice. They don't know how all that shows up in your body. And the same thing with like most expert vocal coaches, they're not experts in mindful practice, in mind-body connection. And so it's like you have these two silos. It's like you have all of the self-actualization work you've done over here and all of the vocal technique work you've done over here. And these two silos are like 5,000 miles away and there's no bridge. And so what you're starting to learn is what happens when you have somebody who does understand those things and can, in the moment of singing, be like, oh, Jacqueline, wait, hold up. You know, what happens if you just let yourself, or, you know, you did a pretty good job today of like managing your own frame. We didn't need to do a whole ton of mindset work, but you definitely watched me work with some of the others in that way. And so, you know, getting out of your head, all the nerves when people are watching, you know, that takes specific work. Like you can make inroads in it to some degree on your own, but I have never seen anybody successfully be able to just really like pull those weeds without somebody outside of them being able to support them in that, because it's hard. It's not easy at all, you know? So celebrating you for really seeing all of that work, and get on my call calendar. You need to come be in the program. Let's figure it out. All right, you guys. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for showing up today, showing up for yourself, showing up with your energy, with your open mind, being willing to think about things in a new way. For those of you who are in the VIP, we have studio class this coming week on Tuesday, and make sure you have scheduled your one-on-ones with me. If you are in our general access here, you have other questions, you can ask them in the Facebook group. But also, I really do want to encourage you guys to let me help you figure out how you can come train with us. Whether it's in the intensive training program, whether it might be something else that we have that might be right for you, get on my call calendar. If the training program in the intensive is not right for you, that's okay. There might be something else. If it's just a matter of figuring out the nuts and bolts of the financing or the investment, you guys, I have walked singers through getting creative for the resources to, get the tuition that changes everything for them. There are singers in here, who did not know what was possible for them until they came in to train with us in that way. And if that's something you want, don't let time, money, fear of success, fear of failure, fear of what if it will work for me, don't let any of those things stop you from at least getting on my calendar so that we can address some of these things with like real logistical tools for your time, for tuition management, financing, whatever it may be, for will it work for me? Because I know that's a fear for a lot of people. Oh my gosh, like, okay, if I invest this, like, will it work for me? And I know, because so many have come in with that fear, right? So if you're like, oh, I don't know, I really want this, but I don't know. I get it, I get you. And here's what I will say, which is, will it work for you? I don't know. Does it work? Yes. 100% the system and the structure of this method absolutely works. Will it work for you? Only you know that, because only you know how you will show up. But if you show up, when you show up, coachable, committed, resourceful, then yeah, it'll work for you too. If you show up, playful out, give 110%, then yeah, it'll totally work for you too, but only you know that. Only you know how you're going to show up. It's a co-creation, and we give you the best tools in the world, and we support you until the cows come home. Like I said to one of our singers, Amy, I was like, I'm going to light a firecracker under your butt, and I'm going to hold you to everything that you have told me that you want. And guess what? She is now a full-time professional singer. She has left her corporate job. Some of you may know Amy DeLuca. She is a worship, she does like faith type music. She's worship leader, but she's also does like Christian music and things like that. And she led at a huge convention of Christian worship, whatever. She led and was the featured singer and performer for 3,000 people not that long ago. And that was like not even possible for her before she took the leap to do this kind of work. So I get the fear. I really do. And I want you to know that that's what we're here to support you past, whether it's the fear of investment, the fear of the time, the fear of will it work for you. Don't let those things stop you from at least having a conversation with me so that I can walk you through the ways that maybe it would work for you. And if it does, amazing. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. That's okay too. All right, you guys. So the link to book a call is in the calendar. Thank you so much for your time. I love each and every one of you so much. I'm so glad that you are here, opening your mind to a new way of doing things. I can't wait to see what happens. You will all get the replay tomorrow in an email. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, everybody, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the lesson. Bye.